Okay, call to order at 6:10 p.m. Let's go ahead and do our Pledge of Allegiance. Cindy, would you like to lead us this time?
Absolutely. Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Let's go to roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Here.
student trustee Latino,
Here.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes. Here. Trustee Gonzalez Ewing.
Not here.
Oh, not here, okay. Trustee Quinlan,
Here.
trustee Delphine Bulk.
Here. Thank you very much.
Here.
Oh.
Okay, next is a statement. Oops, I don't have it in front of me. I think I have memorized it by now. Statement of the affirmation of the statement of cooperation. Actually, Sasha, can you bring that up on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me one moment.
Thank you.
No problem. Here you go.
Okay, thanks. Over the course of the last 2 years, we, the PCCD Board of Trustees, have been engaging in a process of reflection to improve our effectiveness as a board. As a result, we have conducted a critical review of our work over the last several years through a formal self-evaluation and established meaningful goals. The Peralta Board has established a statement of cooperation that codifies our commitment to set the bar for excellence in governance and community college leadership and to lead by example for our Peralta colleges. The full statement of cooperation is attached to this agenda item, but in summary, we have committed to build trust and seek to understand each other, to be prepared and follow good governance and ethical protocols, and model the behavior we want others to exhibit. We therefore commit to honoring and upholding these commitments in words and in action. Thank you very much. Next is report of action taken in closed session. Vice President Quinlan, do we have a report out?
We don't have a report on any items.
Thank you very much. Okay, 3.6, approval of the agenda. Motion, please. Thank. Whoop. Oh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Microphone, Chancellor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I left it in closed session. There were some questions on the consent item, and I believe it was item number. Excuse me, I'm looking for it. I think it was item 5.2. Thank you very much.
Okay.
No, it wasn't 5.2. It was not 5.2. It had to do with Berkeley City College. And I believe it was item number,
Is it item 6.3, Chancellor?
yes, thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
no problem. I'd also like to move 10.5 up as well. So we can put that behind 6.3 at the top. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, motion, please.
The agenda with the given changes.
Thank you, VP Quinlan. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes. Yes. Trustee Gonzalez, Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes. Thank
Motion
you very much.
passes.
Thank you. Okay, approval of the minutes, motion, please. Thank you. Second. I'll second that. Roll call.
I'm sorry, who was the first motion?
Trustee Withrow.
Oh, thank you. I did not hear the motion. Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez, Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Approval of the minutes from the special board meeting on Friday, February 24th, 2023. Motion.
Moved.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. Second.
Second.
Thank you, trustee Gonzalez Yuan. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez, Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes,
Motion passes.
great. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and move to Associated Student Government Reports. We want to start with folks in the boardroom. We have anybody who would like to present? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to online.
We'll start with Simone Thompson from COA.
No report for today. Sorry.
Next, we have Mazen Saeed from BCC.
Sorry, can you give me like 30 seconds?
We can come back to you if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Student trustee Lisa Hogan from Merritt.
No reports.
We got Amola Adolagbi from Laney. I apologize if I said that wrong.
No worries. Good evening, Peralta District. I am Omolola Tolagbe representing the Associated Students of Laney College. Student Senate for California Colleges, in collaboration with ALSOC, organized an advocacy event titled Basic Needs Listening Forum for the Peralta Colleges. It took place at the Forum, Laney College, on February 15th, 2023. The main items discussed during the event was food and housing insecurities, mental health, environmental health, student involvement in the legislature, and the importance of student advocacy. We appreciate Peralta TV for covering the events. Away from that, we had Black History Month. Moja and Black Student Union organized a series of events to celebrate Black History Month. There was a workshop on February 8th, open mic and trivia game on February 15th, and NID Housing and HUD National Financial Literacy Workshop on February 22nd. The mental health of students after the COVID-19 pandemic and with the academic stress is a concern for ALSOC. ALSOC came up with a project titled The Evolved Minds, where we come together for different activities such as hiking, poetry, dancing, escape room, arcade, bowling, and others. We handed out rose and postcards on February 15th to celebrate Random Acts of Kindness Week. Daniel Burrows from the Wellness Center, in partnership with the ALSOC, will host Self-Care Day at the Laney Quad on April 11th. ALSOC will host all student clubs at Laney College to have a food fair on March 22nd, 2023 at the Laney Quad. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other reports? from
Yeah.
students? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Mazen, I'm representing BCC. The ASBCC application for the elections has closed on February 21st. We've had many applicants for the ASBCC, showing there's a strong desire for students to be involved. Every Tuesday, BCC is providing free meals for students from local businesses from 12 to 2 p.m. I think in the last couple of weeks we've had Kojo's Kitchen and Crave's Kitchens with a variety of options from their menus. Also, every Thursday, BCC is providing food for students and faculty from the food pantry from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. And then we've had a couple of Black History Month events. Yesterday, we had an event celebrating Black excellence called Justice Within Our Reach, with a keynote speaker being Pastor Mike McBride. And then on February the 21st, we had our 5th annual Umoja Day. And then lastly, the ASBCC has been funding a lot of events for clubs and other organizations with food and other materials. Our campus is being, or our ASBCC is being utilized a lot, and our campus has been vibrant. And then lastly, I'd just like to thank the ASBCC and our student ambassadors for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to 3.10, Peralta Classified Senate Report. Is Roberto here?
Yes, hello, good evening all. The Classified Senate just has one campus report tonight, and then we'll talk briefly on 3 separate items. Let's begin with the good news report from Laney. So Laney College was selected to join the next cohort of colleges participating in Caring Campus California, with funding through the generous support of the California Community College Chancellor's Office. Caring Campus uses an evidence-based facilitated coaching model wherein IEBC coaches instruct classified professionals on what can be done to increase student connectedness to the college. The program also guides student services and operational departments in developing implementation, communication, and monitoring strategies for campus-wide implementation. Coaching sessions will begin on March 10th. Our Laney employees, Hope Lane and Katrina Santos, are the liaisons for this initiative and will support the classified professionals engaging in Caring Campus at Laney College. Katrina Santos is the new basic needs coordinator at Laney. In this role, she works to streamline student access to resources on the Laney campus and within the local community by hosting workshops, campus events, and student support hours. So we should all be on the lookout for more updates from the Laney Eagle's Nest. Katrina is also hosting a Cow Fresh tour tomorrow. It says March 2nd, Wednesday, March 2nd. So maybe we should get some clarification on that, whether it's March 2nd or March 1st from 10 until 2 at the Laney campus. For more information on this and other events, we are all urged to contact Katrina Santos directly at ksantos, KSANTOS, at peralta.edu. The third item for Laney's report is that the 4CS gathering of the Senates will occur in person and virtually on Friday, March 3rd. It's being hosted at the Chabot College. This meeting is comprised of the California Community College System Senates throughout the state. And Hope Lane and Katrina Santos will be in attendance representing Laney. I think that Hope Lane and Katrina Santos sounds like the Laney powerhouse. So thank you for that report from Laney. The next item that we'd like to address that also relates to Laney, as well as most of the other campus sites, is the issue of facilities specific to heating. And this has been an ongoing issue. We all are aware of the pretty severe weather conditions we've been experiencing. And the library, it was announced earlier this week, I believe on Monday, that the library was actually being closed due to the heating situation at Laney. The financial aid lobby is also a point of concern. Classified staff are reporting that they are coming to work wearing multiple sweaters and jackets and blankets, and it is in some cases actually colder in that lobby than it is outside. The classified staff, our Senate, would all feel good about engaging our community to figure out how we can remedy what is occurring at Laney, but also at the other campuses, College of Alameda, heating problems, Merritt, and so forth. So it's an ongoing issue. Enough can't be said that we need to be able to provide facilities that can adequately support our staff and students. I'd like to just briefly turn to the topic of the chancellor's search. I and others were in attendance in last Friday's PGC meeting, and the takeaway that the classified Senate would like to relay to the Board of Trustees in terms of the request for trustee participation on the hiring committee, or the first level screening committee, is to seriously consider either having no trustees or perhaps 2 trustees. The Senate feels that 1 trustee is unlikely to be a sufficient objective way of getting the information that the board wants, and that 2 trustees, let me put it to you this way, that 3 trustees is uncomfortably close to a quorum, whereas 2 trustees seems to be a better fit. So we also urge that the broader hiring practices at Peralta be evaluated, perhaps once we are through this process and we can reflect on how the involvement of, in this case, it's trustees, but other constituent groups at different times of the processes for hiring are occurring, and how that might be improved. The last item is also a good report of good news. Today, the subcommittee of the classified Senate that took on the review and recommendations for the remote work AP was finalized from the Senate's perspective. We met with Vice Chancellor McKinley, and we had a very short meeting that was very encouraging based on the tremendous amount of work that went into those documents that are now in the hands of our Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. And so it's still quite a process. It's our understanding that that will next go to the Executive Cabinet for the Chancellor, and then on to the PGC. So with that, that actually concludes my report for the Classified Senate. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Roberto. Next, we'll go to Donald Moore for the Academic Senate report.
Good evening, President Delphine Polk, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor, presidents, and guests. I am the Academic Senate President for the district, and I'd like to make a couple of brief comments today. One, I was excited at the governance committee meeting, the Peralta Governance Committee meeting last week, when the Vice Chancellor of Facilities indicated that they were going to be presenting at the facilities, district facilities meeting next week, Friday, a plan to address some of the major contending issues for facilities, and that they have a 90-day plan to try to resolve it. And the Chancellor has indicated a all hands on deck, which I told her I appreciated, coming from a Navy family. My father was in the Navy for almost 30 years. And so I like that term. I think that part of the difficulty has been the fact that Peralta has really never set aside money within its budget since, let's say, 68, when these buildings were built, short of BCC's newer building. They didn't put aside any kind of monies for maintenance. The monies for maintenance are a fairly low amount. And this was cited a number of years ago by a previous Vice Chancellor. And so we look for the state, and the state, unfortunately, for deferred maintenance has only provided a limited amount of money. And this year, for the first time, they actually are providing us with something on towards $11 million. The normal amount is maybe a few million at most. And what is great about that is that the money, of course, is available in July. And here we are in the end of February, and people were calling for hot air, heating in most of the places. But there were other issues, as I noted at my last meeting. And even though we're right now experiencing this rain and snow and cold, we know that in a matter of months, it's going to be hot. And last year we had to let people go or close campuses because of heating issues. And so what I hope that the Vice Chancellor and DGS is going to do is looking ahead, not just what's been happening, but looking forward and trying to anticipate in these new climate conditions that we're in, that we are actually having these things assumed to happen and to try to deal with the infrastructure. It is very, very difficult for people. I appreciate the fact that on today's agenda is approval for an HVAC for the COA annex, because they have been yelling and screaming for a while now, particularly the chemistry folks that are out there. So that's a relief. But I know also, and I will cite this because I don't want to just focus on the colleges that have this problem, but here in our own district offices, there are problems, because I'm aware that over at IT, where we have our computer hardware, the room is supposed to be maintained with air conditioning, but that air condition has been working for months, and there's no sense of when that's going to get fixed. And as we go into the hotter weather, how are they supposed to do it? I can imagine them opening up the doors to the facility and maybe blowers coming in or something. But what do you do at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? And so the point I'm trying to make is anticipating and trying to do these things in an earlier time that then provides us with it. I go back to the fact that prior to the start of this semester, and we're in our 6th week right now, we knew of these things in terms of heating, in terms of air, in terms of the hot water situation at Laney College, or the doors, the vacuum doors. And the issue has been brought up time and time again, and we're now at that point where we're going to execute a 3-month fix. And I appreciate and I support the vice chancellor and what they do, but I really want us to try to do better in the future by anticipating things, knowing that things are being broken, having the engineers doing the maintenance, the standard operating procedure maintenance. It becomes a difficult issue when it's not just the vice chancellor's ability to get contracts done, but it's the whole structure of it. And how do we get our people to do the standard operating procedures on a daily basis, and all the way to the actual contracts, and then the consultants doing the work and doing the quality work that we want and not having to repeat it. Those are the kinds of things that I think when prospective students come to Peralta, and yes, even today we have students coming on our campuses, looking at our campuses, we want them to be there and enjoying themselves and not being, looking at a campus that is not as welcoming in terms of the physical aspects of it. So I really wish folks will really look for the next year and see that we have some positive things going on. The other issue that I'd like to speak to today is that I want to thank Natasha, our legal counsel, to have come out with the memorandum on the Brown Act. As the Board of Trustees know, legislative bodies such as yourselves or the Academic Senate, we have to adhere to the Brown Act. Part of the difficulty in this time of COVID is that we have different people and members who would be better off being at home on Zoom. And so the difficulty as we transition to this, and this is going to happen starting next month, all of our Senate meetings are going to be in person. And yes, BCC has had in-person ones for the last year and a half or so. I don't know how many folks have shown up in person, but they've had it. But this is the time where majority of those legislative ones will have to adhere to it. We know that it's going to be difficult and that there might be some slippages in terms of people, because we intend to have as much of a hybrid process as we possibly can. I know the colleges are running to make sure that their conference rooms and their Senate rooms and so on are getting the necessary hardware to it. But I really do think we need to really think about what it is that we need at our colleges and at the district, because the district has other conference rooms as well. What do we need to make it some minimum standard of what we need for Zoom and person to person? And so I really urge the district and the Board of Trustees to ensure that the facilities, IT, and so on are able to do their due diligence to make this new reality that we all are going to be in. So with those thoughts, I will leave you, and I want to congratulate all of the colleges for the wonderful work that they were doing on the Black History Month. Again, I think we all lament that it only all of these different ones all happen on just a month, but we also know that we need to appreciate it, particularly in these times where it is often difficult to have these kinds of things. So much appreciation, and I do hope that next month folks will be able to have some wonderful Women's Month activities going on, which I know I see the nods from the president, so I know that it will happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Moore. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to 3.12, public communications. Sasha, can you read the rules for public communications again? Make sure that we know time limits, etc. And then can we,
Since we currently have 23 people for public comments, we're going to reduce the time limit to 2 minutes per person.
great, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Let's go ahead
First
and with our first speaker.
We have John Beam.
Yes, we also do want to note, thank you, Nikki, public comment on agenda items. Natasha, maybe you can speak to that. I know that we had a question about that at our previous meeting. So before we have our first speaker, Coach. Natasha, are you with us?
I know she's on the call. I see her name. I don't know if she.
Go ahead, Chancellor. Thank
I
you.
was just gonna say, regarding public comment, if there are public comment to items that will be discussed either in the action items or items that have been pulled for discussion, if you would defer until that action comes up rather than providing comment in the open session.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees, chancellor, presidents. My name is John Beam, and I'm the athletic director at Laney College. And I brought some of our student athletes with me today because I think it's important that you understand what we do and what you do for us, what you provide. I brought two of our basketball players. Our young ladies are playing in the state championship rounds right now. They were the Bay Valley champions for the second year in a row. Janice and Amira. Amira was the MVP of the conference, and Janice, they're both captains. Janice also was a second year in a row that she was all conference. Our team is playing at Santa Rosa at 7 o'clock on Saturday, and I wanted you to know that. But more than that, they both have their AA degrees, and they're going to tell you their story coming up, and I'll allow them to do it. I don't want to take their thunder. I also want to let you know that this past year, our football team, we were conference champs, co-champs. We're the number 2 seed in Northern California, and that's great. But more importantly, we had 38 sophomores. Of the 38 sophomores, 35 have either finished their AA degree or within one semester of their AA degree, have already transferred or have offers to Division I, Division II, and NAIA schools. So that's 92% of our sophomores. Of those 92%, yeah, thank you. Of those 92%, 58% of them are Pell Grant recipients. They're first generations. They're the people that need our hope and opportunity that we provide. The facilities that you give us that are unbelievable for that they can feel good about themselves. And I want you to think about that every time that you're up there. Who are you representing? It's these young people here behind me. And they need your help. The support, Rudy, that we get at Laney, we have a mental health specialist. We have an academic coach. We have a guided pathway specialist. We have a full-time academic counselor. When I talked to Donald Moore about this, he says, John, yes, you guys do great, but it's not cost effective. It's an expensive deal. And I say to Donald, what is the cost of educating our young people? There should be no cost.
Excuse me.
So thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
And
Go ahead, go ahead, Sasha. You had something to say?
Oh, I was just notifying him he had 10 seconds left.
Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you. And I'm gonna bring up our two championship basketball players so they can talk to you and tell you about their story.
Hello, everybody. My name is Janice Harmon. I'm part of the women's basketball team here at Laney, and I am actually from Fresno, California. Picking a junior college for me to go to was actually a really hard decision, but after thinking about the support that I would have here, I chose Laney. It is hard being away from my family, but with the support of people such as my head coach, Ramon Vaughn, and his assistant staff, and Douglas Cobb and Miss Sakai and Coach Beam and Moria, just the support I have from everybody. And Miss Tanea also, she's new. Just the support that I have from everybody, I was able to be an all-time conference player 2 years in a row and pursue my dreams of playing at a 4-year and receiving my AA. So I just want to thank everybody for the support, and yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amira. I'm also on the basketball team. I'm happy that I came to Laney. At first, this wasn't my first choice. Coming out of high school, I actually did have a scholarship, a full ride scholarship to Division II school, but I hurt my knee. I had surgery. I was out for 2 years. So that was hard for me, and watching everybody play and not being able to play. But as I was watching, I was still doing my schoolwork and stuff, and I was able to get my AA in a year and a half while still being a freshman on the basketball court. So I still have 3 years of eligibility. So I had 3 more years of school after being in school for 2 years. So that was good. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without Coach Vaughn, Coach Beam, Douglas Cobb, Miss Tania, Moria, who helped me with my math, and Miss Tanisha. Oh, I said her name twice. And Miss Sakai, I'm sorry. And also my team. We also had a few other teammates, Jason Gamble and Simi Brar, who also were recognized for their talents too, but took the whole team to get where we are today. So I appreciate all of them. Yeah. And I've gotten a few offers from different schools, from Alaska Anchorage, Long Beach, UC Riverside, Jacksonville in Florida, Wagner College. It's another one I can't think of, but like I haven't been able to do that with everybody.
Hi, my name is Helen Ha. I'm not an athlete, but I am a single mother and am a student at Laney College. My daughter also runs track at Laney. It's a track program for kids from 5 to, I believe, 15. And it's just a place for them to practice 4 days a week, to keep them out of trouble. A safe environment for them with the lights, because they used to practice at Oakland Tech. There was like light issues, so we would have to leave the car lights on so they could practice at nighttime. Not only have they provided a safe place for the athletes, they actually helped me get back into school. So the last time I've been in school was in 2007. I dropped out because I had a daughter at a young age. And Coach Sakai actually had asked me like this, did you want to come go back? And she actually introduced me to Coach Beam, and he pushed me into getting into school, introduced me to Counselor Douglas. He was on me every week. If it's not a call, it's an email. And he got me into school. I am pursuing a nursing career right now. And I will be graduating with my AA within a year. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Coach Zapata. I'm the head baseball coach at Laney College. And this is my 22nd year. As this young lady said, I'm also glad to have come to Laney College because I'm a Laney product. So back in 1993. But the reason why we're here is because, I wanted to extend our gratitude from our program to the wonderful people of Oakland, to the board, to the chancellor, to the president, and VC Smith. Thank you so much for what you've done in helping us get our baseball field redone. As you know, the baseball field is not just a baseball field, it's really a classroom. And getting projects like this redone really helps our student athletes pursue their opportunities for higher education. Okay, it helps them stay on that path to go to four-year colleges and eventually get degrees and get good jobs so that they can provide and become functional citizens of this society. So from the bottom of our hearts, it means a lot to us. We have a facility that is second to none. Our student athletes come in feeling very proud, and to have the opportunity to come into a resource like this, it's really great. So I just wanted to thank. I know people are trying to get business through here. At this time, though, I'd like to extend. We brought a couple of our catching core here from the team, and it's funny how things work out. This next young man is actually my son, who is now playing here. Full circle things, how things work. Okay, so I'm introduce my son, Frank Zapata.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. As you guys know, I'm the son of Francisco Zapata. I'm Frank Zapata. I'm a freshman here at Laney College. It's my first year playing baseball here. But we just wanted to come and say thank you guys for all the resources you guys have provided for us. As he mentioned, it's not just a field to us, it's a place for young men to develop. We really just wanted to come here and say thank you guys, give us our piece. And I know you guys have a lot of things to do, but just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you guys for all the resources you guys have provided for us. Thank you guys.
Marcos Money.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marcus Money. I am also a part of the Laney baseball program. I am also a catcher. And like Frank and Coach Zapata said, we thank all of you guys very much for our new field. It is a great resource, and we're going to use it every single day to develop and become who we want to be later on down the road, whether it is a baseball player or a student here at Laney College. We thank you guys. I'm a third-year guy here, and to see how this program has developed and how this new field has helped us so much to become better athletes than we already are. We just thank you guys very much, and we continue to play every day for you guys. Thank you.
One last thing. Thank you, Coach Beam. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Sasha, can you read out the next speaker, please?
Yes, ma'am. I have Kevin Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Kelly. I'm the founder, executive director of the Oakland Lacrosse Club. And we've been partnering with Laney College for 10 years, and it's honestly been an ideal partnership with us. And so kind of continuing the theme from the previous speakers, we want to just say thank you. Oakland Lacrosse is a free program to students in Oakland Unified School District for 6th to 12th grade. We have 250 students that use our program and come to Laney over 40 weeks during the year to utilize both the football field and the grass field. Laney's really become a home for us. Everybody around the athletic department, the school has been incredibly welcoming to us. That's ranging from people at Laney serving as mentors. We've done partnerships in the classes. We've done tours of the school. We've partnered with the enrollment department, and the kids in our Oakland Lacrosse program really consider this a home. In the last 18 months, we've had over 30 students from our program enroll in Laney, whether that's dual enrollment, summer classes, or currently at the school. And this is a partnership that we want to continue to grow. Our kids start in 6th grade. They immediately come to a campus with such high quality facilities that we're telling our young people in Oakland that we're investing in you. And then the second thing is they're right on a college campus, sending that message that this is where you can be an athlete, continue on your school, and continue on your pathway. And third, it's safe. All of our kids feel when they come onto this field that they are safe, that they are invested in, and that they have a community that cares about them, not only our coaches, but the community from the athletic department and from the Laney, the school of Laney. So just a big thank you for the investment in the facilities. Thank you from our program, and we're excited to just continue our partnership. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Lawrence Van Hook.
Good evening to the Chancellor and her staff, and to those that are operating in the Senate, and to our illustrious presidents, and to the board. This is the last day that I can officially say Happy Black History Month, but also Lunar New Year, Gong Hei Fat Choi, Year the Rabbit. I wanted to, since my time is going to be short, I wanted to leave an African proverb that will actually couch my comments for tonight. It basically says, African proverb, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. I'm here to say we have a great opportunity to place a young man in District 2 for a trustee that will fulfill that position. It's serendipitous that I was not here last week when we had a chance to talk about this before, but as the Peralta African American Association and Affairs president for the college, and being a real concerned citizen throughout the whole Peralta Community College District, Mr. Adrian Abuin is the most appropriate person that I think would be able to fill this position. And so I just really wanted to run through some of the things as though you don't already know, but it's just obvious that we need to repeat what we already know to make our decision appropriately. Adrian is an alumni, and he definitely understands the needs. As an adjunct professor at the College of Alameda, I actually watched him.
10 seconds.
I didn't hear about it. Oh boy, wait a minute. There's just so many things that Adrian has done to allow himself to be in the position to not only graduate from this prestigious community college district, but to go on and launch into UC Berkeley, and then also work for some of the politicians that have made the difference in our community and in our country. And now he's back to give an opportunity to serve where people have poured into him. And so to cut my time short, I really am strongly asking that the trustees, that you would recommend this young man who is a product of this environment. We've watched him grow, and it would be a travesty if we allow him to burn down this village to try to feel the warmth that this community needs to give and grant him. Thank you so very much.
Next, we have Mimi Rohr.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mimi Rohr, and I'm an Oakland native, and I currently reside in Area 5. Tonight, I ask you to vote for Adrian Abuyan to fill the vacant seat for Area 2 on your board. I know firsthand that community colleges played a pivotal role in changing lives, and so does Adrian. When he was here at the Peralta Colleges, he served as a student trustee working to improve student success, access, and equity. He transferred to UC Berkeley, where he organized students at Cal ACLU and graduated with a BA in legal studies with honors. After which he pursued a career in public policy. As a working professional, Adrian has become a master at building bridges between stakeholders and communities, an essential skill for a trustee. I cannot think of a better person to serve our community. We need leaders that understand students' journeys through higher education. There's no other candidate that possesses the unique experiences within the Peralta system than Adrian. Please vote to appoint Adrian as the new Area 2 trustee. Thank you.
Next, we have Marcus Crawley.
Hello, my name is Marcus Crawley. I'm with Alameda County Taxpayers Association. The purpose of the Alameda County Taxpayers Association is to achieve accountability for our local taxes. Now, some folks think that the Taxpayer Association is against all taxes. And the folks that think that are mistaken. We are not against taxes. We are for accountability. And the reason I'm here tonight is to talk about accountability. I think that the board here has an accountability problem looming. And I want to address the accountability problem. The board is considering a special election to resolve the appointment to the vacant seat. And I think a special election would be a very expensive, bad decision. About a year ago, Livermore Unified School District had a special election, and they were the only agency on the election. And when the election was done, the Registrar of Voters agency gave them a bill for the special election. It was several $100,000. And I think that the Peralta situation is similar, except Peralta's cost of a special election would probably be substantially more because the Peralta has more people. It would require more ballots, more mailing, more everything. So I think that the board should encourage the candidates for this vacant position to come to some kind of administrative agreement to resolve this standoff. The board should encourage the candidates to flip a coin, draw straws, or do anything that would be proper other than have a special election.
10 seconds.
What was there a comment to me?
She said you have 10 seconds.
Okay, so I think that the money that Peralta has is best spent on maintenance, on students, on teachers, and is poorly spent on resolving political standoffs. So I hope this board makes a wise decision and uses all of its power and persuasiveness to have the candidates come to a amicable agreement. Thank you.
Next, we have Berlin Sanchez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Berlin Sanchez. I'm going to read my public comment, but I also have, I'm going to read the comment of Corey Hollis. And good evening. I'm so sorry, Board of Trustees. I'm commenting in support of Adrian Abuyan for trustee, Area 2. I think as a leader and Peralta alumni with a deep understanding of the college system, as well as a graduate of UC Berkeley, with many experiences from organizing with the ACLU alongside in working alongside the office of Diane Feinstein. We need a leader who understands kind of the journey that a student has in the Peralta College system. But I also want to read Corey Hollis, his public statement or his public comment. As a former, Corey Hollis, a former student trustee, Peralta alumni and graduate of Berkeley, currently working in public education. He is in support of Adrian for trustee of Area 2. He was an executive assistant for Ames College Preparatory Charter District when Adrian was a director in 2021. He was very studious in his duties as director and always tied his questions and comments to staff and followed directors around on how to best serve students. Adrian will make a great trustee of Peralta District. Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Chakri.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to read my public comment. I want to comment in support of Adrian Abuyan, Area 2 trustee. He's a Peralta alumni who understands the needs of his community and intimately understands the system of Peralta colleges. Adrian is a community-based leader, and I had the opportunity to see his commitment to serve his community last year during a canvassing event in East Oakland. I'm a community organizer. He has the experience that we need to serve on the Peralta Board of Trustees. And we need to utilize the talents and lived experience of the people like Adrian to better serve our community. There is no better candidate that understands the Peralta experience like Adrian. So please vote to appoint Adrian to be Area 2 trustee seat. Thank you for your time.
Oh, hold on. We have Rashida Hanif.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your time today. My name is Rashida Hanif. I am the founding CEO of Represented Leadership. So I'm speaking in regards to item 6.3. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to do that.
That has been pulled in from consent to the action item. So you'll be able to speak on that as it comes up.
Okay, so I should come back?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, thank you.
I have Jillian Greencourt.
Good evening. I'm Jillian Greenacre. I too am here in support of Adrian Abuyan. As you can tell, he has a lot of great friends here, and I think that's a testament to who he is. I am also honored to call him a a good friend of mine. I don't know him professionally, but I do go to him for counseling and advice in so many things, because I have seen him approach personal conflicts with a level of maturity and assertiveness that I find unmatched in so many people. So yeah, please vote for Adrian Abuyan. Thank you.
Next, we have Carl Chan.
Chancellor, was there something you wanted to, do you have an announcement or? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, never mind.
Do we not have a Carl Chan?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got a little confused.
Oh.
Have anybody stepping up to the podium?
Okay. Aisha Jordan.
Good evening, Peralta District. It's good to be here. My name is Aisha Jordan. I'm a former student trustee of the Peralta District, and I'm here tonight in support of Adrian Abuyan. I saw some comments last week, and so there's one side, another side, and then there is the truth. So I'm here of my own accord to say what I know to be a fact. Trustee Nikki Yuen Gonzalez claimed to know Adrian Abuyan and engaged in a kindred relationship by recounting a story of providing him numerous rides home when he was a student trustee at Peralta, but the claims were made to portray a false sense of kinship. Trustee Yuen used tactics of intimidation on Adrian in 2018 in efforts to get him to retract his support, excuse me, of Measure Bond E, which myself and Adrian are the only students who signed off on that measure. And it ended up passing. And it's helping students. And he also made threats insulting that Adrian might end up on the wrong side of potential grand jury report and alleged that Peralta does not deserve such funding because of questionable practices that led to biased hiring practices, resulting in the hiring of too many African-American females at Peralta.
Okay. Sasha, was there something? I
So
apologize.
basically, I'm just here to ask if we can have some integrity today, because clearly things have been compromised. And I'm asking if Trustee Yuen would recuse himself from the voting on
10
agenda
seconds.
item 10.5, which covers the consideration of approval of provisional appointment for trustee for Area 2. Thank you and have a blessed night.
Sasha, can you read I think you have a statement. Can you read that now, please?
Yes, President. I just realized that a number of these speakers have signed up for a specific agenda item, and I can pause and call them at that item.
Let's go ahead and do that, please.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers who want to speak on non-agenda items, please? You can go ahead and step forward.
I have no other speaker cards, President.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go ahead and move to Chancellor's Reports 3.13.
Good evening, everyone, to the board, to my colleagues. In this part of our report, I usually provide either a summary report of things that have happened within the district, or I defer to the presidents. And tonight I'm going to defer to the presidents. Please keep it short. I don't have my cane with me. However, I can still walk. So I will start with Merritt College. and start. We usually go in alphabetical order, but we're going to start with Merritt tonight. And then we will go with College of Alameda, followed by Berkeley City College. And then last, but certainly not least, Laney College. So I will defer to you, President Johnson. You're the first step.
Well, I definitely don't want you to get your switch. So let me, as my granny would say. Good evening, Chancellor, President Delphine Polk, trustees, colleagues, and community. Just gonna start just rehashing. February, again, was a tremendous month for cultural celebration. Just run through a couple of things that we did. On February 7th, we had more than 70 students, staff members, faculty, and community members attend Merritt's Lunar New Year luncheon. We got to see a great documentary about the traditions of Chinese New Year, which provided insight into the rich history and customs that make up the tapestry of the celebration. As February was also Black History Month, we had several events that were great. We had a building community mixer. One of our great professors, Danae Martinez, had a mesmerizing lecture on Black hair and Black power. And then we also had a documentary showing where there was a dance presentation and a performance by San Francisco's current poet laureate, Mr. Tongo Essen Martin. I want to say a word about our educational master planning. These past few weeks have been very productive in terms of the progress we've made as faculty, staff, students, and administrators engaged in the work of formulating relevant 5-year goals and realistic action plans to achieve them. Really quickly, our goals: building a student-centered culture of caring, making Merritt a true community college and not just the college and the community, improving teaching and learning for student needs, low-cost attendance, and reimagining the college campus in terms of housing, facilities, and IT improvements. And I'm really looking forward to Chief Maywale talking about the network wireless and cellular Bruce project. Finally, I can't be outdone by Coach Beam. I want to talk a little bit about our basketball teams. The women had a playoff game at Feather River. They made the playoffs Wednesday night. I just need to take a quick moment. They got caught up in that snowstorm and they wanted to play. They were warned before they went that it might be perilous, and they went anyway. And they played that game, 5-hour trip away, played that game. Unfortunately didn't win and didn't end up getting back until late Saturday afternoon. They were up there 3 days. So I want to give a lot of credit to those young ladies and their coaches for watching out for them. I'm just going to shout out a couple of people, well, just in general, because I'm short on time. A number of our students, as Coach Beam said, the thing that we want to emphasize is not only their achievements on the court, but most of the team are on their way to earning their AAs, both for the women and men's team. So I'll leave it there, and everybody have a good night.
Good evening, President Delphine Polk, Chancellor, trustees, members of community, and colleagues. I'll keep it really short. In front of you have a report. We are engaged in EMP, and it has been quite an interesting engagement, sitting together every Tuesday and talking about the ABCs at College of Alameda: academic excellence, budgetary competency, and community engagement and partnership, and going into really being rooted in community. Really excellent discussions that we have had, and trying to bring that all together, supported by environmental scan data provided by West Ed. Another element here that I'll go really quickly for the purpose of time is the COA partnered with A Better Chance, ABC. It was a great event on February 4th. I would like to recognize here the work of Louis Martinez, organizing such a great event. We have people coming from all over Bay Area to join us, and the focusing is strengthening that concurrent enrollment, dual enrollment opportunities for our students. Another thing, we had the joint meeting of executive team of ASTI. This is our early college in Alameda, and also the executive team at COA to strengthen partnership. How can we work together increasing the outreach in community, increasing enrollment for both ASTI and COA. I would like to end with the Black History Month. The last event was today. Somebody commented, somebody who has been there for over 35 years, that was the most well-attended Sunday supper today, and it was really beautiful in the H building. I have eaten so many greens today. I don't know, I haven't eaten all my life, but they were really, really good. We had 120 or 130 people attend, students, administrators, staff, faculty. It was a really beautiful event. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Good evening, President Delphine Polk, trustees, chancellor, colleagues, and community members. In addition to the written report that you have in your board packet, like colleagues have already shared, I wanted to celebrate the work that the celebrations and events that we've had for Black History Month. We have another event. One of our final events at Berkeley City College is actually taking place later this week. It's hosted by Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Stacy Shears, and that's the film screening for The Woman King. There will be a film screening. There's going to be discussion, engagement to really unpack and the intersectionality of race, ethnicity, gender, and cultural power. So if you are around and you would like to come join, that's this March 2nd from 3 to 5 p.m. at Berkeley City College. We also just last week had our second annual career fair, very well attended. We had over 35 local employers and businesses and agencies that were on site. We had a scientist, actually, she's a biotech by training, scientist, scholar, artivist, Ruby Ibarra, who is an immigrant of the Philippines and engages music as a means for education and social justice construction. Students were part of that conversation and her presentation in the morning, and then rolled out into the atrium to partake in a fair. There may or may not have been Taco Sinaloa on Center Street. There may or may not have been very, very long lines that included not only Berkeley City College students, but I did see some Berkeley High, UC Berkeley, and community members participating as well. And then lastly, just want to share that the team also doing work with Educational Master Plan. One of the areas that we're focusing on is strengthening community partnerships and engagement. And so on April 21st, Berkeley City College is going to be hosting a Principals and Partners Breakfast on Friday, April 21st, 8:30 to 10:30, where we're inviting our local K through 12 districts, their leadership teams, so that we can continue to discuss partnerships and streamlining to pathways at Berkeley City College. With that, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Chancellor, President Delphine Polk, members of the Board of Trustees, colleagues in education, and valued students and community members. Just to touch very briefly on the written report tonight, I want to extend thanks to OUSD for their partnership in coordinating a number of campus visits among a number of students in our high schools that are maybe for the first time saying, well, maybe college is something I can do. It's been very powerful to see the collaboration and a lot of the questions that have come from students as I've been privileged enough to attend these events. You also have information in your board report about our Black History Month activities, and certainly want to appreciate everyone who's been involved in the coordination and attendance at those things. Also, I have some highlights about journalism professor and department chair Eleni Gastis and her appointment to the UC Berkeley Advisory Board for Journalism. She is the only community college person on that group. Topped off also by her receiving the prestigious Beverly Keys Educator Award for her work in journalism. You also heard from our outstanding student body president about the basic needs listening session, and really just so fortunate to have such outstanding leadership by our students. But we've also been hosting a few others. A couple weeks ago, we were pleased to welcome to Laney Oakland City Council member Janani Ramachandran. We had a first visit and talked about a lot of things, including internships and collaboration toward workforce development. Also, this past Saturday, Laney was very privileged to welcome Congresswoman Barbara Lee as she announced threw her name in to run for the Senate, and we're pleased to do that as well. For the last part of my report, though, tonight, I'd like to talk about some numbers. And I know I've talked about them before in terms of our enrollment this year. Compared to a year ago at census, we were up 18% for spring. First time in my 5 years at Laney that for spring, we were on the plus side compared to a year ago, the year before. And I think that's something to celebrate. But going deeper into the numbers, Spring is Free is touching our community. Again, for the second consecutive semester, we have 33% more African-American students than the year before. 2 semesters in a row. Also, 21% more Latinx students than the year before. Our API community, our total student population with their uptick is at 24% of our student body. Now, you hear a lot about those things and we talk a lot about enrollment, but what about the impact? I want to share with you the sweetest sentence that I heard this month in a letter from the Office of Higher Education from the Department of Ed. We are pleased to inform you that your recent request for designation as an eligible institution under Title III and Title V of the Higher Education Act of 1965 is approved. This means that as now, and because of the work we've done to improve enrollments, not only can we submit now as an ANAPESI institution given our API population, but now also as an HSI. We're now eligible to do that. I think back 2 board presidents ago talking about the day that we'd hopefully do this. So it really brings a lot of joy. And there are so many, our Latinx employee group, our membership in HACU, Dr. Lawrence Van Hook and his outreach work that he's done. And most of all, fall is free and spring is free, I think have gotten us to this point. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Presidents. I appreciate your update. I'll turn it back over to the board president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, presentation and action. Consider 4.1. Consider adoption of resolution 2223-93, authorizing purchase of certain network wireless, unified communications, cellular boost equipment, cabling, related materials for installation at Berkeley City College, College of Alameda, Laney College, Merritt College, and the district office from Net Experts, Inc. in the amount of $8,415,000. Oh my God, that's a lot. That's a really big number. Over $8 million, which amount includes 5% contingency through a Foundation of California Community Colleges piggyback contract. Chancellor?
Thank you very much. It is a very large number and it's covering all 5 of our sites. This is going to be a combined presentation because we want the board to know that because this number is so large, we did our due diligence to make sure that it was a tight budget, not just a budget that we put out there. And all of the colleges have been involved in the planning of this. So I'd like to turn it over to our CTIO, Antoine Mahouele. I believe he's going to start out. So, Antoine.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. Good evening, board members, and good evening, members of the public. Sasha, can you put up the presentation, please? Thank you. So next slide, please. Thank you, Sasha. So the item before you is our technology, was identified in our technology master plan approved by this board in 2001. This is our network, district-wide network infrastructure upgrade. So a couple of steps were done to ensure due diligence and inclusiveness into the project. So we, the district IT and the college's IT got together and did a survey and identified what are obsolete equipments that are end of life and end of line that needed to be replaced. And also we ask ourselves the questions, what can we do to improve into our current system we have right now? Then we identify a couple of areas of improvement at the colleges and at the district office. So then we put a bond together and we went to the colleges together. We went to the colleges committee and council. Thanks to the president leadership, we're able to present the idea we have to upgrade the infrastructure and bringing all the appliances up to standard. And those were endorsed by the colleges council and technology committees. And from there, we went to the district technology committee, district-wide technology committee that approved it in 2002, May 2002, and made the recommendations to the PGC, to the Planning Budget Council. And the Planning Budget Council also adopted the recommendations and made a recommendation to the chancellor. We ensured that everybody was part of the process. And the other things that we looked at into this upgrade is to make sure that we are up to standard to the security standard that the state chancellor office is putting together. And we participated on a lot of evaluation with the state chancellor office on our security to make sure that we have everything in place to protect the district data, to protect everyone data here. So from here, I will hand it off to IBT Smith to discuss the bond process and governance.
Thank you, Antoine Metueli. It's not often that a bond project initiated and managed by another department, when those things come up, we reach out and we have to make sure two things happen. Can you please change to the next slide? Verification and legitimacy to the legalness and how it applies to bond funds. Verifying. We verify the allocations of the funds, that they're available. We look to make sure that it was identified in the spending plan. Also, we verify and we speak to the colleges. We go to the exhibit, we go to the executive committees, we go to the district-wide committee, and we review the bond spending plan. We involved AECOM, we involved the leadership at each college, and we went, you know, as you were saying, President Delphine Polk, this is a big number. So that is why we made every effort to go to the colleges and the facilities committees to make sure that they understood that how it affects their bond spending plan, and how once this is spent, what their balance would be in the remaining part of this bond. So we went through those extra steps to make sure everyone understood. Then also we verified with DWK that assists us with our legal and facility needs for the bond. So I'd like to turn it over to Rachel Brilliant.
Thank you, VC Smith. My name is Rachel Brilliant. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Janice Walliver Kelly, counsel for the district. And so the role that our office played in this procurement is that we're checking for legal compliance. So as a preliminary matter, this project is the first item that is listed on the district-wide Measure G bond plan. So if you can go to the next slide, please, Shasta. So the manner in which the district is interested in procuring this project or the equipment and supplies associated with this network project is through the use of a Foundation for California Community Colleges district contract. There is legal authority that allows the districts such as Peralta across the state to use contracts that have been procured through the Foundation of California Community Colleges. That means that the district is basically standing in the shoes of the procurement that the foundation conducted for the project. So there's two tiers of legal review we need to do to ensure that this is proper and valid exercise and use of the FCCC contract. So the first level of review, we need to check that the FCC contract itself was procured in compliance with California law. And then the second tier of legal review that we need to do is to confirm that every single product, price, service, every single line item in the contract that the district is acquiring, that those items are eligible, so they're on the product catalog, that is offered under the FCCC contract, and also that it's the correct pricing offered or associated with each line item. In this instance, this due diligence period took several months because we were coming across and noticing that some of the items were not originally listed in the FCC product catalog. So there were some amendments made to the agreement to ensure that everything is eligible and the district is getting the correct pricing associated with the items. Sasha, you can move to the next slide, please. So as far as the tier one, a quick synopsis of what we did is we want to make sure, like I said, that the FCCC complied with California procurement law. So that means they issued a request for production, a request for proposals of the specific equipment and materials that are in the eligible product catalog. That was a competitive selection process, and the award of the contract is based on Net Experts. In this case, is the awarded entity of the FCCC contract, their proposal. And then the products, as you'll get in greater detail from Gary Nordine from Net Experts itself, this is a turnkey office solutions, including equipment installation, et cetera, for the district's network refresh project. The FCC contract, it's current, it's valid, and it's effective through June 2024. Next slide, please, Sasha. The second phase of the review, like I indicated a few seconds ago, is that we just wanted to make sure every line item, any product, service, et cetera, that is listed in the contract or the proposal that Net Experts prepared for the district and that is incorporated in the cover agreement that we prepared for the district is the correct product eligibility with the correct pricing. What the board is going to be asked this evening is to make a finding. The finding is set forth in the resolution that's presented before you with respect to this item. The finding is that the district can confirm essentially that the district is getting as good, the district could not, get a better deal for this procurement, this equipment and project through its normal contracting procedures. In this instance, as is indicated in the resolution, the district actually has factual information to confirm that and substantiate that finding. As noted in the resolution, the district's IT department did conduct a formal request for proposal, a formal competitive selection process, and the resulting proposal was approximately $1.6 million higher than this proposed contract. The last little point that I wanted to provide to you is just an auxiliary benefit of using an FCCC contract. And that is that although there is a fee, a small percentage of a fee that is charged to the district to use these contracts, because the state chancellor's office authorizes this organization, but it's not funded with there's no state funding for it. So they charge a percentage for districts using these contracts, is that 85 cents on every dollar of that administrative fee is returned to the California Community College District by way of scholarships and donations. Quick example is 2020, the distribution of 35,000 internet hotspots. So with that, I think I will turn it back over to, or maybe pass along to, I believe it might be Gary Nordine on behalf of Net Experts.
Thank you, Raquel. Can you go to the next slide? And good evening, Chancellor Jackson and Peralta Trustee Board and others. Thank you for allowing me to present. A little bit of history here. We were invited by the Peralta IT team to provide pricing on several initiatives around the network upgrades. One of the goals of the Peralta IT team was really to bring the infrastructure, eliminate a lot of the end-of-life products, but bring the infrastructure up to today's current standards and provide a little bit of a runway to keep them current for the coming years. And essentially, after months of meetings, countless whiteboard sessions, what you're looking at is kind of a summary of the results. And I'll run through those. here's some of the upgrades at Berkeley City College. It's a complete network refresh. So all of the switches, all of the wireless, backup power protection, cabling, complete refresh. District office. So the district office is a little bit unique in that the district office provides all of the security for all the colleges, all of the voice, all of the voicemail, and the data center, which hosts many of the on-prem applications that all the colleges use. So the district office is essentially a complete network refresh, similar to Berkeley, with the exception that there's quite a bit of security in the refresh. There's voicemail servers, there's voice servers, and additionally, there's Cisco learning credits bundled into the package for the district. And the Cisco learning credits essentially provide ongoing education for the engineers, so they're able to support the system, and the ability to hopefully get certified on some of these applications and products too. And then moving to Laney College. Laney College, it's a partial network upgrade. But what we are doing there is we're providing ubiquitous Wi-Fi coverage. So all of the Wi-Fi is being replaced, and it's a complete campus coverage. I know earlier we had some people talking about some of the sports. So in this new design, we're actually covering the entire campus. So that some of the new annexes, the new buildings, but also the athletic fields. And again, they'll receive backup power systems and new cabling. And then at Merritt, Merritt's receiving new switches and new Wi-Fi. Most of Merritt is the S building, the science building. They're also receiving new cabling. And then additionally at Merritt, we're boosting the cellular coverage in 2 of the buildings. And then at College of Alameda, new firewalls and new cabling. Next slide, please. This is kind of a busy chart. One thing I do want to point out here is you see the SLBE percentage category. So the SLBE is the small local business enterprise, and those are local businesses. And in this case, we've selected 2 small local business enterprises to be a part of this project. Both are based out of Oakland, and those companies are Net Electric and Digital Design Communications. And our objective here is we're going to meet a minimum of 28% of this project is going to go back, or they're going to provide the support and the product that compromises 28% of this project. Next slide, please. So large number, we're talking about large number, we understand that. So this is just a rough breakdown of percentages to give you an idea. The networking hardware, software is roughly 61.5% of this. The SLBEs is approximately 25%, although we're going to have that number up over 28%. The FCCC contract fee, Foundation for Community Colleges, also known as college buys. Many of you may know it as college buys. That's about 2% of the contract. NetExpert's engineering and project management is approximately 11.5% of the contract. Next slide, please. I know I rushed through. I was given a small amount of time here. So There is a lot of additional detail in the package. So I want to make sure you know that. And at this point in time, I would like to turn it back over to Chancellor Jackson for question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The packet that Gary was talking about has a lot of the detail information in terms of the calendar, the information based upon our evaluation of the FCCC, the college-wise, as I remember when I was growing up, but now is the Foundation of California Community Colleges. So if the board had any specific questions that we could address, we have done, I think, our due diligence on this. We provided probably a little bit more than we have in the past on some of our IT projects, taking our cue from the questions that the board has asked in the past. So if we've missed something, or if you have any further questions or comments, if I can't answer them, then I will ask our team to do so.
Thank you, Chancellor. Go ahead, I'm sorry, VP Quinlan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Hit the button. Thank you for the presentation. My question concerns future facilities that will be coming online. And is this project or will we be able to integrate this project into those new facilities? And will that come under this cost, or will that come under those individual, the new structures cost?
I didn't know if you wanted to address that. Whenever we have a new project, and correct me if I'm wrong, IVC Smith, it's all combined. So when we have a project that goes out, we include furniture, fixtures, and any other technology is included in the corpus of that particular agreement. So it will integrate with what's there, but the budget that goes forward, that comes to the board, already includes that in. This is a separate project that will look most succinctly at the backbone, the nectronics that make the district run, the switches, the servers, and that type of thing. Whereas when we have a new project, we look at what are we going to put in terms of overhead projectors? Where does the bolts and the sockets need to be? That is not part of this particular project. So this is really looking at the network background, and some of the services include upgrading of some computer systems, but it's not just the computer systems. It's a combination of both. Does that help?
Well, I just want to make sure that in laying out these plans that we'll be able, I assume all of our new facilities will have Wi-Fi access, and that this will cover, we'll be able to integrate those facilities into this network.
Also, Trustee Ewing, when this project was planned out, there's also additional bandwidth for new projects going forward. So we're not putting in exactly what's needed, but there's extra cabling that can be added. So there may be projects in the future that may be one-off or unforeseen. There's extra bandwidth that will accommodate those projects.
That's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Vice President Quinlan.
Excuse me.
Colleagues, any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Reese.
This is a very large contract, as we all have reiterated a few times now. We've had a variety of different contracts with NetX to do a few things, and then we've had a variety of different contracts with FCCC. So I guess my question is, because this is such an exorbitant amount relative to all the other individual contracts for both FCCC and Net Experts, independent of FCCC, what are they doing that's different? Like, why are we going what are they doing that's different from all of their other contracts? And if you could also, and I know that the chancellor's office, the state chancellor's office, has been looking to kind of solve our the state's technology problem, right? And so the foundation is filling that hole. I'm a little confused as to what's going on here in terms of why them, why so much more. Please enlighten me.
And I will ask CTIO Mehueli again, if I have this wrong, please correct me. It really is economy of scales. That's my background, is technology, as most of you know. And I sat on the old TTAC, for those of you that have been around long enough to remember that. The funds that were supposed to be here forever, that went away after 3 years. Donald laughs, but he knows what I'm talking about. And this is really where the foundation took over, so that each college district did not have to go out and put out a request for proposal. So all of us have the same technology needs, to a different extent, depending on the size and the scope of the work. But basically, we all have the same technology needs. And there are certain front runners in that, and Cisco is one of those. So the foundation went out, negotiated a contract with different vendors, so that college districts, rather than going out and expending funds and wasting time asking for the same thing, could piggyback onto the foundation, who has done the work already. They've established the standards, they've looked at the quality, they looked at the pricing, and they've done that for all 117 community colleges. So we know we're getting the best price, because this is something that all of those colleges can use, versus us going out on our own with our 4 colleges and trying to fend out and get the best offers. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, all of these items have, just like your car, it has a certain lifespan. It's a mechanical engine, although it's a technology engine, but has a certain lifespan. And we needed to get through certain phases of upgrading our system before we could get to upgrading the foundation. One of those was phase 1, which is we had to move from having things locally on a server over at the district office to putting it in the cloud. So that was a major, we did that. We had a technology plan that hadn't been updated in years. You approved a technology plan in 2021. As part of that technology plan was a refresh and an upgrade, was a migration to the cloud. So we've done phase 1 of that. We've done phase 2 of that. Phase 2 was that the HRM system and the finance modules would be implemented. We implemented those in March and April of this year. This is part of the next phase. We've now reached the end of life for many of our components that are on the backbone. And so we have to upgrade those while at the same time bring over the student system. So it's really, if you think of it as an engine, you know, the car that you bought in 1954 doesn't even have the same restraining, you know, seatbelt system. So you have to keep moving forward because of that. So what you've looked at and approved are different components of the broader system. And now this is looking at the foundational components of that system, so that those items that we've added will run more efficiently and more effectively and have the right software in place to protect us against any hacking and cybersecurity. Does that help?
So could you maybe, and this is.
And am I correct in that, Antoine?
Yes, Chancellor, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then I will just even add quickly that I will give an example, Berkeley City College. Today, the infrastructure run on the 1 gig network. The state chancellor office 3 years ago have upgraded all community college to 10 gig bandwidth. So this will bring them to that standard. So the classroom, the students, everybody can utilize the technology, the internet technology to have a faster speed and be able to do what they need to do. So those are the things that we bring in the colleges to standard. Thank you, Chelsea, for your explanation.
And thank you for that, because I absolutely understand the scale and again, the way that the FCC, the Foundation for Community Colleges, has been kind of the conduit for that across the state. This is going to be a very naive question, but I think in my mind, what I can't wrap myself around is what is the relation? We use Oracle. This is Cisco. So what is the relationship? And now we're using Cisco systems. So, and this is probably very basic, but I just don't understand it. So what is the relationship between Cisco and Oracle? And we had Huron do a few things, which was our kind of middleman. And how is this different from what Huron was doing, net experts? And what is the relationship really between Cisco and Oracle? And I don't know if, I think that might be the key for me to understand this.
I'm going to go back a little bit to my days in the classroom. I remember going before the board as a faculty member advocating for technology, and they said, why are you back asking for more money to buy the software? And I said, it's like you gave me the computer system, but that's a car with no gas. So yeah, we have the car, but we have no gas. You got to give me the software to help move me down the road. And so what this is we have old technology. Our cars are old. As you heard Antoine say, Berkeley City College is on 1 gigabyte and the standard now is 10. So we have to change the wiring of that. When I was teaching, it was Cat 3. We are now at Cat 6E. So the cabling that you have doesn't have the broadband capacity to go any faster. So you've got to change those wires out. So that's the kind of very simplistic difference of that. And PeopleSoft and Oracle is a software. They're the gas that gets us from here to here. It does our finance system. It does our, our student information system. It does our state reporting. But if it doesn't have the ability to move, it doesn't have a vehicle to transmit that information that it captures, that's what this system will do. It will give us the upgraded infrastructure. The information highway, I think is what it used to be called. And it would say, well, we need to expand the information highway. It's like a gridlock. You got to create more, pathways for that information to go from point to point. You can't just keep adding more information through PeopleSoft, but it can't get out. It can't be expanded. It can't grow because the highway is a 2-lane highway. And we need a 4-lane highway, or in this case now we've gone to a 6-lane, 10-lane highway.
I have a quick question. Well, actually a couple. One, I know that you, VP Quinlan, had talked about future buildings and future structures that we may build. And I was thinking about the BCC building that we have coming soon. So what is the timeline for implementation on this project? Because as we keep saying, this is, as to your point, Cindy, this is a massive project. So what is the kind of timeline we're looking at?
I'm going to
considering that we have other buildings coming online. So piggybacking off what VP Quinlan said.
We build the infrastructure in as part of the project when we approve the architectural designs that come to you that you've already approved for the BCC building. So the concept is there. The building hasn't gone up yet. And with this, when it does go up, it will be with the equipment that we've identified here. Even though it may not be done by Netronics, it might be done by another subcontractor who gets the bid, but it will comply with the specifications that are identified in this particular project. And Gary, I don't know if you want to speak to the timeline or Antoine. I know it's here in the packet, but I don't have it open.
12 to 18 months.
Okay.
And there's a variability because there's still some equipment that's experiencing chip delays.
Yes. And we've discussed that before. A lot of the chips are coming out of the Ukraine. We all know what's going on in Ukraine right now.
I'm gonna ask another annoying, this one's gonna be a little bit annoying of a question. I know that we've been talking about the chips that we've needed for I think it's our blue phones and our video cameras.
Mhm.
Is this the same chip that he's talking about
No.
right now? Okay,
Different chipsets,
but they're
different,
all coming from Ukraine.
not all of them. We've
Okay.
finished with, well, we're probably, what, 90%, 90 to 95% completed with our camera project. Yeah, I think so. We were able to, and Net Experts was also part of that, but it was not them predominantly. They were involved in the infrastructure, the cabling, the transponders, that type of thing. And then we had OHO that was responsible for actually the cameras, making sure they were work, positioning them, etc. And so they were able to pull from a repository and to get those up. I couldn't tell you how they did it, but it was very competitive because there were other people that were trying to get those same chipsets, but these are different, but they are coming from Europe.
Nikki?
So the question that I have is about timeline. And what we've seen in IT often is that there's a timeline laid out and then we miss the deadline. And then miss the deadline and miss the deadline. Maybe that's just the nature of the project. So I'm hearing 12 to 18 months. And so now I'm wondering, okay, is that a firm 12 to 18 months? Like that's a pretty big delta, 50%. Okay. But if we get to 18 months and we're not done, do we have some kind of recourse? And is it possible for us to get regular updates on sort of milestones? Like, yeah, we got this part done, we're on target, etc. Because, the worst thing is when we overpromise and underdeliver, and then it's just a frustration for everybody. So how firm is this timeline? And then is there anything built into the contract that incentivizes the vendor to perform on time financially?
Well, I will say we're not like Governor Brown. We can't promise that if you finish building, the Bay Bridge, that we're going to give you a extra incentive. We don't have that kind of funding. We go with what is out there that's built into the contract that we piggybacked on. But I will defer to our legal experts because they reviewed the contract to make sure that there were the proper causes and, reassurances that we would stay on track. And frankly, I can't really speak to that. And I'm not sure if IVC Smith can or if Rachel can do that.
Yeah. Hi, Chancellor. I'm happy to speak to that. So it's a good question, Trustee. So with respect to the agreement incorporating the piggyback, there is a specific term that is in the agreement. And so to the extent that Net Experts doesn't complete the project within time, there will have to be the district there'll have to be an extension of the contract. There is not a liquidated damages provision wherein if the project is not completed within 18 months, for every day after you get charged $500,000, whatever it is, that is not included in this contract.
So let me just follow up then if I can. What's our leverage here? And I ask this because this is an area where we have consistently struggled with deadline performance. And it's not once or twice, it's just so consistent. So when we structure contracts with no accountability in that way, I mean, the vendor has a reputation, that's their accountability, and they want to get paid, that's their accountability. But beyond that, that hasn't seemed to really provide us with much leverage when we fall short on time delivery. So just, I don't know, maybe there's nothing to be done about it. But I'll just flag this right off as something that is of concern, is the timeliness of the performance.
I would ask net experts to weigh in on that, hearing the board's concern, if you would like to put forward reassurances.
Well, I think in our history, not just with Peralta, but with all of our customers, we have not experienced any delays. And we worked on plenty of projects with liquidated damages. The major issue we have now, and we actually accounted for this in our presentation, there was actually a lead time on the pricing sheet, one of the pricing sheets. So we've accounted for that. That's been our only obstacle. And you know, resource-wise, we're committed to you. We're more than happy to have a monthly, you know, like a 1 minute, 2 minute progress report each board meeting. Make sure we keep on track. I mean, that's our commitment, right? I mean, we have a track record, right? We've been doing this for 27 years, not just for the education system, but for the military, for the state. So we've got an excellent track record of meeting deadlines.
I see former trustee Handy in the audience today, and I figure she just must be here because there's a big IT contract on the agenda, and it's like magnetic for her. Big IT contract, ears perk up. Welcome, trustee.
Trustee VP Quinlan.
So this is a question of curiosity more than anything. The one thing we know about technology, it's going to get faster and better at some increased rate all the time, it seems like. I'm just wondering if there's any kind of estimate how long this technology will be considered current.
I will defer that to my subject matter experts. So Antoine, I don't know if you want to speak to that, Gary, if you want to.
Yes. The current rate of changing this technology is 5 to 7 years. In this district, we have been dragging these appliances almost 8 to 9 years. So Cisco appliances have been chosen as the standard long time ago by this board in the district because of their reliability. And that is very important because even the appliances we're changing are still working. They just don't meet the security standards and the speed standard that we have, but they don't break down that easy. So we have been stretching a little bit to make sure that we're taking advantage of the equipment, how much we can, around like 7 years to replace these equipments. I hope I answered your question.
So I guess my follow-up question would be then, 7 years, I hope we're still going to be spending Measure G money. I don't think we're going to go through it faster than that. And I'm wondering whether the IT people and our partners are looking forward to having another upgrade at the back of the bond.
Yes, and Chancellor, you allow me to answer these questions?
Sure, I won't be here in 7 years.
Yes, I'd like all the appliances we have to monitor them and upgrade them as they come. There is other appliances right now we didn't touch because they are still working and they're still within the framework of those years. So we're not touching those now. When they come to expire, we will be bringing them again for upgrading those appliances.
And just, I wasn't being funny, but that was what TTAC was supposed to do, was to provide the ongoing technology needs of the system, all 117 colleges. And as I said, after I think 3 years, the money went away and it was the districts had to pick up the cost for that. And like most districts, what we did, like probably 98% of the districts that are out there, is we passed a bond to be able to pick up those costs because they're substantial costs. They are extremely substantial costs.
I think Trustee Reese, you wanted Gary to perhaps speak on this as well.
Yes, Chancellor, you had said that you were going to redirect the original question to both CTO Mahuli, but also to Gary. And if Gary could opine on the question.
Yeah, so I think Antoine's answer was correct. So 5 to 7 years, in some cases, 9 to 12 years, and in some cases, Peralta has been able to obtain that 9 to 12 years on their equipment as a usable life. The risk comes in when the equipment is no longer supported by the OEM, or in this case, Cisco. And when they stop supporting that equipment, you're susceptible to security risks. So that's, we try to provide guidance as to what the path is moving forward. So in this scenario, much of the equipment is considered end of life and end of support. So at some point, you won't be able to get software updates for that equipment because the OEM, Cisco in this case, is going to stop putting out software updates. And that's where you're at risk on the cybersecurity side.
I have a question, if I may. Gary, can you speak a little bit more to the security risks? It's been brought up a few times during the presentation, so I'd like a few more specifics on what that would mean.
So the primary security risk or the attack we're seeing right now is ransomware attacks through the K through 14 and even at the university level. Some of those are in the news. Most of those are not in the news, but I think like LAUSD was a recent one that was in the news. So really, it's impossible to prevent all these attacks, but having a solid strategic plan, which Peralta IT and the college's IT teams are doing. They have a plan. They're trying to keep everything current with today's standards and have the correct appliance, have the appliance be supported by the manufacturer so that you're much less susceptible to a ransomware attack. Also following the CBO, their recommendations, their audit is key. And I know that the colleges follow that guidelines. But primarily it's cybercrime right now is what we're seeing. And it's ransomware, other hacking attempts. It's just coming at us right and left right now.
And also I will add, we have been audited by the Chancellor, State Chancellor Office and in cybersecurity, and also the DOE. We just passed the DOE cybersecurity plan. We have another one coming in November, and we need to meet the GLBA, which is the Ground Leach Act, and making sure we are in compliance with security to be able to provide financial aid as a district. So those are the things we're looking at trying to address forward. Thank you.
Bill, go
Madam
ahead.
President, have we had a motion to adopt this resolution?
Colleagues, do you have any other questions before we move to a vote?
I'll move that we adopted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board. We appreciate your endorsement.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move to the consent calendar.
President Delphine
Yes.
Polk, if I
Go
may.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, and the HR consent calendar number 9.2. There was a correction needs to be made to Martine for the appointment of Martine DeMucha Flores. The title is incorrect in this and on the agenda, and it should be Acting Dean, Counseling and Student Equity.
Thank you, Dr. McKinley. So noted.
Thank you.
Madam President, move approval of the consent calendar as stated.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. We will move to the action items. The first one I believe that was pulled from consent was 6.3. Consider approval of the independent consultant agreement between represented leadership and Berkeley City College in the amount of 210,681. Large, I'm just kidding, not a large number this time. BCC President Angelica Garcia, and I know we have public comment on this item, so I'll go ahead and recognize you now.
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, my name is Rashida Hanif. I'm the founding CEO of Represented Leadership. I'm also a Peralta alumni. I want to just start by talking about what Represented does. We support transfer students and community college students with gaining access to preparing for competitive opportunities. So jobs and internships. So we train them up, we prepare them, and we give them access to opportunities in our partnerships with the companies that we work with. So our work is rooted in racial equity. We work with primarily underrepresented students. I first met Adrian Abuyan in 2017 at Stiles Hall at UC Berkeley. He was a transfer student and he was one of my students. And he was so impressive. His commitment to social justice and community was so impressive that he's now the board president of our nonprofit organization. So we now have worked together. We now have worked with over 1,000 students. And that includes many Peralta students. Our first Peralta interaction was with a partnership with Kaiser for their KP Launch internship program, which focuses specifically on bringing diversity to non-healthcare related roles in non-clinical roles in the healthcare space. So this work is necessary because our students primarily, and when I say our students, I mean underrepresented students, typically do not have access to the hidden curriculum of life. They do not have people that they can sit at the dinner table with and tell them, you know, you're about to graduate from college, you're about to move to the next level in your life and in your career. Let me call Google for you. Let me call IDEO for you. Let me find you opportunities that exist that other people that they're competing with do know about. And this is why this work is really important. For them to be able to access the power and the privilege that others may have access to and succeed in life as productive individuals in our society. So I just want to thank you for your time. And if you ever have any questions, you can always reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment.
Good evening, trustees.
This is on item 6.3, correct?
We are on item 6.3. Did you put in the speaker card?
I did.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to come and also speak on this item, and one, to say thank you to the Board of Trustees in Peralta for the whole process going through selecting a replacement trustee, but also because I'd read an article in the Citizen that was great coverage of what took place Friday, and they had mentioned representative leadership. In fact, I didn't know that representative would be on the agenda tonight, but it was an incredible program that as a transfer student I took part in. And in the article, I just want to make sure clear that my role on the board is volunteer. And so it's incredible to see that Rashida is now here at Peralta providing services for first generation college students like myself, who did not know how to even break into fields like policy, technology, et cetera, and equipped us with human-centered design training, companies like IDEO, McKinsey, et cetera. But I want to make sure that was clear. And I just wanted to thank everyone who came tonight and who leaned into the process of putting their names for consideration for the replacement for the trustee for Area 2. There's so many people poured into my life. And I just want to thank the finalists, Daniel, Nita, and Paulina for being there. I've never put my name in for consideration like this before, unless it was as a student. And it's just incredible, the outpouring that the community had and interest for this position. So thank you so much. It's an honor just to be considered and to see that representatives providing these kind of services for Peralta, the place where, of course, I'm an alumni at. Thank you so much.
President Delphine Polk. I'm happy to provide some additional context if needed, or I didn't know if your preference was to have questions offered to which I could then provide some response.
I just want to make sure there's no more public speakers
Great.
on this particular item. I don't think there are because I don't see anybody.
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. So please go ahead, Dr. Garcia.
Okay, great. Thank you. On this particular item, Represent Ed has worked with 3 of the 4 Peralta colleges. So they have worked with College of Alameda, Merritt College, and Berkeley City College. So this is not a first-time contract or a first-time partnership with Represent Ed. In the summer of 2022, so last year, BCC partnered with Berkeley Community Scholars, which is based in Berkeley, also supporting transfer, and Represent Ed to pilot our virtual summer career employment and job preparation program. So last year, we had approximately 50 students participate with a mix of BCC scholars and Berkeley Community Scholars. In October of 2022, Represent Ed was brought in as a partner to support our college's 2nd annual career fair, to which you have details of that career fair in your written board report. They were identified as a single source because of their anti-racist curriculum, specific focus on working with students of color, addressing the hidden curriculum that is often not decoded for first-generation college students, and the partnerships that Represent Ed has within our community and the work that they had done previously at our sister colleges, Merritt and College of Alameda, instilled a lot of confidence that they had the precise skill set for the programming that we wanted to do. Additionally, it's connected to our HSI, Conocimiento Los Caminos grant project, which has deliverables related to preparation of low-income students to be prepared for employment. And one of the metrics is student preparation moving from a 58% ability to say that they're prepared and trained for jobs to 68%. So this is connected to our HSI grant, which is identified as the funding source for this particular contract. In the work that they're going to do is not only work with BCC staff, they are going to be providing workshops, career fair support, post-career fair workshops, and meeting with students. So the projected impact is over 500 unique student contacts over the duration of the time, with 100 unique students participating during the summer program. So that pilot program that we had of 50 students last year was for us to essentially beta test so that we could now 100% duplicate to 100% BCC students. And all of this information will be captured as part of our HSI program evaluation and data evaluation, as it is a deliverable metric. And just to close out, this was one of the elements in our proposal that gave us competitive point scoring when we did receive the HSI grant, because of the partnership and the intentional focus around career, employment, and partnership, focused on issues that impact historically minoritized students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, do we have any additional questions? VP Quinlan?
Thank you. One of the things I'm always concerned about when I see career education is to what extent the actual career and education instructors and programs are going to be integrated into this training process.
They are fully integrated. As a matter of fact, the career fair, just to give you an example, was a collaboration of the faculty and leadership in the science division, the instructional division. It also included lead faculty who essentially, as you are well aware, faculty often have connections in the field. And so those over 35 employers that we had on campus come directly with connections from faculty and some of our partnership and advisory boards. The other is in looking at the curriculum for the summer. That's a joint effort that comes while Represent Ed has the platform for delivering the anti-racist hidden curriculum training to it. It is in conjunction with a particular field of study. So for example, students who are going to be interested, let's say in a bioscience, will also have that coupled with the faculty that are in that program. So it's not separate. And as a matter of fact, the career fair is joint funding of Strong Workforce Program development dollars and HSI grant dollars. So it truly is a collaboration across the campus. Yeah.
Any additional questions, colleagues? Wait, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez.
Can you remind us when the contract starts and then the deliverables are?
Yes, let me go ahead and pull from this particular contract. So I believe it would be enacted pending board approval. We would begin in March 1 of 2023. And then our next round will be through the end of May 2023. So this is a spring semester, setting up the curriculum for not just the spring activities, but also the summer curriculum.
So the entire contract is done March to May?
No, the payment is happening March and May. The contract, extends through the end of June.
So it starts March, ends June 30. And then, so is the summer program a completely separate contract?
No, it is not a separate contract.
So it's not done in June, it's done
in June.
I see. So the summer program is in June.
Correct.
Okay, great. And what was their hourly billable?
The hourly billable is $110 an hour.
Okay.
And so the estimated scope on hours of service is roughly going to be about 1,900 hours between the workshops, the meetings, the individual meeting with students, and community partnership organizations.
So it's a big staff that's
It is.
coming in. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and actually, I'm entertaining a motion. So if someone can motion, please. Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Second.
Second.
Thank you, VP Quinlan. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Hogan,
Yes.
Student Trustee Latino,
Yes.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Johannes,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Valeris.
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Pope.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, great. So next is 10.5, which got moved up on the action items. I understand we have some folks with public comment. This would be the appropriate time. And I also want to make sure that Natasha Sani is on and available.
She is on.
Great, thank you.
First person we have for public comment is Nona Claypool.
And I also want to make sure that we have 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna speak for Nona Claypool. She had to leave to take her son, I guess. So I will read what she wrote. I support the appointment for Adrian Abouin. I have had the pleasure to work with Adrian while we worked on basic needs for student programs. That program is now institutionalized across the Peralta district as a food distribution, and Adrian has been a pillar within our community and has dedicated and demonstrated his commitment to education throughout his career from Peralta trustee to the work that he has done at my children's school, also Ames. And I believe wholeheartedly that he is the best candidate for this appointment. So, does Nona have any time left? I also put my name on the card list as well. So I had the pleasure of meeting Adrian when he was a student at Berkeley Community College. And I don't know if you are aware, we have an AC Transit bus pass. And you'd be surprised how many students say, oh my, I didn't know I could still get to campus even if my car breaks down. And there were students I've heard say, I was going to drop out until I remembered that I have that bus pass, right? And so we also have the food program that is now institutionalized across each campus. Without Adrian, none of that would have happened. He was selfless, made sure that at that time, Nona Claypool was our president. I actually stood as vice president. So he made sure that she made all those meetings that were required in order to get this passed throughout each district campus. And without his leadership and without his help, we wouldn't have the food program. We would not have the AC Transit bus program. And there's other accolades of which he can attest to himself. We need someone who is willing, who is open, and understands the diversity that we have here within this bubble of Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, San Leandro, and so forth, and being able to reach across each campus and being able to be unafraid to go and approach those people that he didn't know before he got there. So I wholeheartedly support him in that position for District Seat 2. And Professor, now Vice President Quaylen, I want to say it is a pleasure to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Gabriela Vivas.
Hello, Boarders of the Trustee. My name is Gabriela Vivas. I have lived in East Oakland for more than 17 years, and I support Adrian Abouin to be our next trustee. We need leadership. We need someone like him, as everybody already heard the amazing things that he have accomplished. We need the leadership in that specific area. And I urge you to do the right thing. Vote for Adrian Abouin. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Linda Handy.
Mine is very short, but yes, Nikki, my hair got a little bit grayer when I heard $18 million, you know, that's the trigger for me. So, but it'll be you guys' job to watch over and make sure that it all happens in the way that it needs to happen. When in my last speech to you all, just before I left, I talked to you about the commitment to our community and to our students. We have so much. Our students have gone through so much, and our student enrollment is down, and we have to do extraordinary things to keep these campuses going, especially since we're moving towards the hold harmlessly, and that's going to be a real challenge for us. I independently am working to do things with concurrent enrollment in middle college, working outside, because I believe it's going to be the future for our colleges. I think the most important thing, though, is that the reason why I'm actually absolutely in support of a former student moving into this office is because it shows that if you come to the community college, not only can you change your life, but you can come back and you can change our city. We have, whether we like the politics or not, a former student of ours and a Chancellor's Trophy winner is now the mayor of this city. And so it's a difficult role that you're in because you're not from that community, but you're making the choice for that community. But as we all talked about and agreed before, we think it's just really important that we try to have representation of all of the communities and that we are using their voice to move forward. So I just ask you again to just keep in consideration what we've talked about and our absolute commitment to our students first. Without them, there's absolutely no reason for us to be here. And I never thought I would be coming into meetings or watching you guys' meetings afterwards. I have to tell you, retirement is wonderful, but my 2-year-old grandson is a little bit harder than sitting through these board meetings. But again, I know it's a very difficult job, but if we just always keep in mind students first and also celebrate the job well done. We have done an amazing job in raising some of these students, helping them to achieve their goals. I went for a funders, I'll make this real quick. I went for funders things for another community thing that I'm doing to address the lack of equity in apprenticeships. And we funded $1 million to help bring apprenticeships and then support African-American apprentices through their whole journeyman process. And that's 2 years of OGs in the city coming together. But we went to an event and it was a mixer that we were invited to that was for the San Francisco Foundation. And when I walked in, I saw first thing, one of our former students, Brianna Rogers. And I thought, oh, Bri is volunteering. No. She is a philanthropist now with the San Francisco Foundation, and she's one of the funders. So we do great work here. And when we do, our students come back. And that's all because of all of you guys. So if we could just keep that in mind as we're making that decision so that we can move forward, but have our liaison that goes directly to our students, that has that connection that many of us don't because of our age or distance or whatever. So anyway, thank you guys all for your consideration. It's good to see you all, but I'm not going to be back too often.
Thank you, Trustee. Do we have any additional speakers, Sasha?
Yes, ma'am. We have Ricky Stevenson.
Good evening to all of you Peralta staff members, faculty, to everyone here. My name is Ricky Stevenson. I was born right here in Oakland, raised in East Palo Alto, former New York Bay Area French newscaster. I'm back home now. And I'm here this evening to support Adrian Abujan being appointed as Area 2 trustee. An East Oakland native of Filipino and Mexican ancestry, how good can you get? He represents the highest form of that term, lived experience. His educational journey, a Peralta alumni, you all know it, UC Berkeley grad, first generation in his family. He served as a Peralta student trustee. All of this combined with his ability to both fit in and code switch. And this makes him a secret weapon for Peralta. He's more valuable than you can possibly imagine, especially when it comes to attracting young people who dream of going on to get an education, but just can't figure out where to start or how to finish. In just 2 short personal interactions with Adrian Abujan, what jumped out at me is that he brings a smooth James Bond type finesse, graciousness, maturity to all of his, experience and expertise, to all of his public, personal, and business interactions. I predict his appointment will shine a huge spotlight on Peralta District for promoting from within and promoting the best in youth leadership. In closing, I urge all of you trustees to promote
Adrian Abujan, read his resume again, it was quite impressive, and vote him in as your Area 2 trustee. Thank you.
Last speaker we have is Sarah Henry. No more public comments for tonight after that.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Henry. I am a pastor at First Covenant Church in Oakland, California, and my field of expertise in education is in youth and young adults. And I know that that's something you all are very, very passionate about here. And I am one of the very lucky people to have been able to work with Adrian Abujan, and watching him as he has walked alongside student after student after student. I have been blown away by the compassion, the wisdom, and the consistency of his walk. Adrian Abujan is somebody who doesn't just abandon what he starts, but rather, in some miraculous way, is able to pour out all of himself into the many different efforts that you have heard about tonight. I don't know what it is, whether it's magic or what, but wherever he is, all of him is there. And his deepest passion is for the students of this community. Many of my students have graduated from our program and entered into the program that you support and you lead. And it has been such a blessing to see them blossom through this school system. And I know that Adrian Abujan has not just walked with them when they're with me, but has continued to walk with them here. And in fact, when I saw Adrian tonight, I said, "How are you feeling?" And he said, "I'm excited because I know no matter what happens tonight, I'm still going to keep moving. I'm going to still show up. I'm still going to support this program and this community and this body of people." That is who Adrian Abujan is. A deep love for this community, born out of this community, wanting to give everything back to this community. And so I simply ask the Board of Trustees to give Adrian Abujan a seat at this table to continue the work that he has already been doing. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that ends our public comment for this item. Natasha, do you want to explain the process?
Yes, thank you, President Volk. I want to explain the process as well as share some of the information that I was following up on from our last meeting. So trustees, as you know, you are now at the decision-making point of your provisional appointment process. The process began with the call for applications. The district received approximately 30 applications. 15 of those were residents from Trustee Area 2. The ad hoc committee made a recommendation of 4 candidates adopted by the board. Those 4 candidates were interviewed by the board at a special meeting on Friday. Deliberations on which candidate the trustees would like to select began on Friday and are agendized to continue at tonight's meeting. The board has 60 days to make this appointment. And if we were to fail, I am an optimist and believe we won't fail, but if we were to fail at that process, this would move to the County Office of Education for a special independent election to be paid for by the Peralta Community College District. I had provided some estimates of the potential cost for an election. I was able to follow up. Sasha, could you put that slide up for me, please? I wanted to be able to share the data and the information from the registrar's office with the board. Thank you so much, Sasha. So trustees, there are 45,249 registered voters in Trustee Area 2. The estimated cost per voter per the registrar's office is $19 to $21 for an in-person election. That comes to a cost of $859,731 up to $950,229. So, just under $1 million for a standalone election. If the county were to call a vote by mail only election, which has not been the practice in the county so far, the cost is lower, but it's still quite high. It would be between $9 and $11 per voter at a cost of $407,000 to $497,000, so almost $500,000. So the cost in sum for a special election are somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million, depending on what type of independent election were to be called. And this data is from the county clerk's office, the county registrar's office. So with that, the process now, thank you, Sasha. That's all that I needed for that slide. The next steps in the process are for the board to continue its deliberation. And then as you deliberate, I will continue to take notes to see if I'm seeing or hearing through your comments where trustees are landing. And then ultimately there would be a motion and a vote on a candidate and hopefully selection by the board. President Polk, any questions for me about the process at this juncture?
Trustee Reese, go ahead.
A clarification, Natasha. 60 days from January 19?
No, from January 9th.
January 9th. Okay. And then I think I heard you say this correctly, but the vote by mail option that needs to be decided upon by the Alameda County, right? That's not something that we decide whether to do.
I don't know that they wouldn't come back to ask Peralta and their preference, but no, it's the decision not of the county elector. It is the decision of the County Board of Education through the superintendent's office.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions, colleagues? And I also want to recognize that Sarah Latino, I don't know if she's still on or not, but I want to make sure if there's any questions in the process that she has the ability to speak.
She is still on, and she should be able to unmute herself and speak, or she can message me.
Okay, that's great. Just wanted to make sure.
Hi, yes, I'm here. I currently don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, let's continue our deliberations. I think, we've all made some comments at our last meeting. And so I want to give the opportunity to colleagues who want to say more on the issue. So I'm going to call on each of you. I'm going to start with Trustee Bill Withrow. If you have any additional comments on this matter, you're recognized.
I'm not sure I understood what the process is at this point in time, but I move approval of the appointment of Adrienne Abuyan to be the provisional trustee for Area 2.
Trustee Withrow, this is a time to make any deliberative comments. I want to make sure that you understand what we're doing right now.
This is just a comment.
No, I think enough has been said.
Great, thank you. Trustee Johannes?
Yes, just as you mentioned on Friday, we did pretty much go through what we all believe are the reasons why we select the appointment, and I'll continue. And does that work? And I would like to continue and say that I do support Adrian. As mentioned on Friday, he was a former student trustee, has his ear to the ground, very much so aware of what the students' needs are, as he continues to stay engaged with them. And while a student trustee, he ensured that there were student activities, meaning engagement. He ensured that there was student support. For example, the subsidized passes, as mentioned in the public comment, In addition to that, he has continued to return, and then that is 100% what we want to see in our students to be able to support these upcoming students. I'd like to see Trustee Hogan or Trustee Latino possibly here as a general student trustees, as a general trustee moving forward, because they do know what we need. And as I mentioned before, Trustee Quinlan, who's brand new, he has a very good deep knowledge of the instructor point of view, and I would love to have a trustee that has the student point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez, do you have any additional comments?
I have no further comments.
Trustee Reese?
I will go back to what I had said last time. I think for so many different reasons, Paulina Gonzalo Brito had a large number of qualities and characteristics that gave her a very unique lens. And I think that that perspective will be incredibly important to this board as we go forward. So I will, and again, there's so many comments that were made at the last meeting, so I will continue to support what I originally supported, who I originally supported.
VP Quinlan?
Yes, I wish we could combine our two candidates, but that person would probably be running for president of the United States as opposed to the Peralta Board of Trustees. It's amazing that we have such two highly qualified candidates that want to serve on this board and serve our community. I still favor Paulina Gonzalez Brito. I think she brings a very unique set of skills and population to our board, her ability to fundraise and her connection with many in the financial and business community. I think would be an asset to our board, but I think either way it goes that we're going to win. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Student Trustee Hogan? Student Trustee Latino, do you have any comments to add?
Hello, yes, I do. Paulina and Adrian both took time to reach out to me during these past few days, and I really appreciate having the time to talk with them one-on-one. I heard very compelling arguments and perspectives from them both. But with that being said, I favor Adrian for this position because, as previously mentioned, he does have experience being the student trustee for Peralta, so he knows the inner workings of the Peralta district and with the 4 colleges. And he is very much adamant at making sure the students are first and foremost the priority for the board. So that is something I respect and appreciate. And he has my favor. So yeah, that's the end of my comment.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I'll make a few comments and then we can go to the next part. I've thought a lot about this. I understand the weight of this decision as someone who doesn't live in Area 2. I do have my mom who does live in Area 2. And so I've asked her what she thought as a resident. I've listened to all of you who came to public comment, who submitted written responses or written comments to us. And so during this whole process, I thought a lot about what my time was like when I was a student and what I wanted to know or wanted my trustees to know. I started, as many of you may or may not know, I started community college when I was very young. I was just about to turn 16 years old when I stepped onto the community college campus that I went to. Fortunately, it was not Peralta. It's not where I was living at the time. But still, I keep thinking about what I wanted my trustees to know. And one of the first things that I did was get involved with student government. And that was the beginning of my career in politics. I have the most respect for the students. And I know that students make such a difference in our community. And I continue to support that as a board member, as the board president. And we should keep the students focused in every decision that we make on this dais. And I am still very much in support of Adrian Abuyan because I believe that he truly brings that perspective. And that is the perspective that we need. I truly value what he's done as a student trustee before this process. I again taken both candidates into consideration. I appreciate what you said, VP Quinlan. I wish we could combine them. I think that they both bring such great assets to our board. But I continue to be a students first trustee. And so I'm not to say that other folks would not bring that perspective, but as I've said on this dais before, lived experiences means a lot. And that's something I definitely bring, all of us on this dais bring. But the lived experience of a student that came through Peralta, that's invaluable. So I strongly support Adrian. Natasha?
Thank you, trustees. What I'm hearing though is unfortunately that you still seem to be rather split. We didn't hear from trustee Gonzalez-Yuen, but trustee, if I were to assume that your position has remained the same, then I think your split remains the same. So I don't know if the trustees might want to speak a bit more about either of the candidates that have kind of risen to the top here, or if any of the trustees would be open to changing their position. But you may be in a split position still. I'm unsure.
VP Quinlan?
I agree. We are still split. The one thing I know is we can't put this out to an election. Just based on kind of rough calculations at the low end, we're talking about probably 100 sections that we're losing in our district. And so if we're thinking about our students, that's 100 students that won't have access to classes, more than 100 students, but 100 sections that they won't have access to. At the high end, it's 200 sections. That's a lot of students that we'll be missing from our colleges. So I just think that, we can't leave here till we have a decision tonight. That's what I feel. That's our job. And we cannot put this out to an election. It just, it's not fair to our students. We have a lot of expenses that we've talked about over the next, over the past 2 weeks, and we have a bunch more coming up. And to try and say, well, we have another $500,000, $1 million to expend when we have, 2 strong candidates. I just don't think we can do that.
Thank you.
Colleagues, can I entertain a motion?
Sorry, was there a motion?
No, not yet.
Silence. No,
I know
just awkward silence, Natasha. That's all. Awkward silence.
So sorry. Oh my. I know Trustee Withrow had initially wanted to make a motion. I don't know if he's still interested in making the same motion or possibly a different motion.
Is there any other comments that the trustees want to make at this time? It sounds like we don't have anything additional to add, correct?
I'd like to add something.
Could I have
Go ahead, Trustee
clarification?
Johannes.
What was the request that you had of me?
Just comments. Go ahead, Trustee Johannes.
Just really quickly, when I was thinking over the weekend, I do remember the day that I was sworn in. Former trustee, now council member Jenkins, spoke to us at the dais, but more specifically to the new 2 trustees, myself and Trustee Quinlan. And while I don't remember the specifics of it, I do know that he ensured to look us directly in our eyes and say that he was a student-centric trustee, and he hopes that we continue to be student-centric as new trustees. And I think that in order to fulfill what he was attempting to do within the first 2 years and finish the last 2 years, I would love to see a former student trustee in that position to continue on what former trustee Jenkins was attempting to accomplish or trying to accomplish while in this seat. And just the last portion for our student trustees, similar to the saying, if you see it, you can be it. Please allow them to see this. Please allow them to see it for the first time.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, student trustee Hogan.
If this vote comes down to Adrian not being appointed to Area 2, it's going to send a horrible message to student trustees like myself. It's going to tell me that this training that I'm receiving here is not good enough for me to come back and serve as a regular trustee. So if we decide to move forward with any type of election, it's ridiculous. Think about the students first. Think about the students first and what the students feel is best for them sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Hogan. It's also nice to have you here in person.
Madam President,
Yes, trustee Withrow.
I can't see any comparison. Adrian is so far superior to somebody that we're looking for to be a trustee that is student oriented, community oriented, has the background and experience. Quite frankly, I don't even know why there's a continuing discussion here.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. Trustee Gonzalez-Yon, go ahead.
I don't see this body moving from where it is right now. But I want to urge us not to devolve into attacking the motives or the intelligence or the integrity of our colleagues. There are many ways of being student-centered. I think the three trustees who are supporting candidate Gonzalez Brito have dedicated their lives in the most profound way to student success. So to question that motive and then say that there's no possible reason for disagreement, it's just not an avenue I want to go down. So let's find some other way of resolving this rather than questioning the integrity, the intelligence, the judgment of our colleagues. That's not going to work here. And that's a really dangerous path for us as a board. We've been doing really well as a board. We are at a place where we have profound disagreements, some of which are being aired, some of which are not being aired. For very good reasons. So one of these candidates is probably going to be our next trustee. Let's make sure that whoever that candidate is brought on board with welcome, with graciousness, and with gratitude for putting themselves forward. But let's not trash each other. Let's not go there, please. Thank you.
VP Quinlan.
So rather than sit here and look at each other for the next 3 hours and get everybody that came here to see a decision made, I'm wondering if we can proceed through the next 3 items in our agenda, get those over with, and come back to this decision.
I would be okay with that.
How does everybody feel about it?
Okay.
Great.
Okay, we'll come back to this item. This is item 10.5. So we'll move to 10.1, consider approval of resolution 2391 for non-resident tuition fees. I think this is Dr. Jones. Your name's next to it.
So moved.
10.1. Can you use the mic, sir? Thank you.
And speak loud.
Okay, this is something that we have to do every year. And so the process is essentially we look at the fees for the state, and then we look at the fees for the districts in our area. They give us 3 different ways in which we can determine the fee. And so essentially the fee that we have proposed is one that keeps us in relative comparison to the districts in our area. It's a somewhat increase from the fee from last year. It's still below the state average, but it is very consistent with the other districts in our area. So it seems to make sense. It allows us to still be competitive, but still below the state average.
I have a question on that, and it's a question I ask every year, Dr. Jones. Do we know how many undocumented students that this would affect? Non-resident tuition fees?
I don't know that. There's no way to know how many undocumented students.
I'm just out of curiosity. Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
have that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Trustee Reese?
One more question related to that. So for the past couple semesters, when we've been offering free tuition, our free tuition has been applied or given also to undocumented students. Am I correct in that or no?
Believe undocumented, but not non-resident, meaning not out of the state or out of the country.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. Can I hear motion by Trustee Reese? A second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Was that Trustee Ewan who seconded?
Correct.
It was.
Thank you. Student Trustee Hogan? Is Student Trustee Hogan still there?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Student Trustee Latino?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoleon Bellarice?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 10.2, non-resident capital outlay fee. Is there anything else to add, Dr. Jones? Okay. Okay, entertain a motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez Yuan, second. Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Roll call.
Student Trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Student Trustee Latino?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoleon Bellarice?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. 10.3, consider approval of the Peralta Community College District COVID-19 Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan Update. I believe Associate Vice Chancellor Tina Vasconcelos is here.
Thank you very much. So this is a motion to approve an update in the plan that was completed and submitted to the State Chancellor's Office on September 1st, 2022. So not, to be honest, given my new role, I'm not sure if you saw this plan, if it was approved or if it was done while you were out of session. So essentially, this is an emergency allowance plan. It allows us to maintain emergency conditions. And because we're in home harmless, it doesn't affect that, but it does affect our ability to have emergency allowance with regard to other funding, such as library funding, any sort of lottery funds and so forth, and categoricals. It impacts that. So what you're seeing is this is basically a spring update, including current data from the one that was submitted to the state on September 1st. So there's two main areas. There's the district has taken action to increase enrollment. I worked with the vice presidents of instruction and gathered information from all 4 campuses. And then we also looked at, from a financial piece as well, district IR provided the data that you're seeing in lost students and or the changes in demographics over the last 2 years. And then it's looking at the assurances to make sure that how we're looking at absorbing the lost revenues due to the pandemic.
Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any questions? Trustee Reese, go ahead.
Chancellor or AVC Vasconcelos, either person. Thank you for this. This is important information. I guess the question that I have relates to a question that I had posed a little while ago in terms of it's really good for us to see these enrollments up. And I think that part of the question that continues to stay in my mind is that this is not going to be sustainable in terms of our free tuition and the $500 bonuses as an example. And I love that the colleges are actually looking at the ways in which they can use this time to gather data and gather information so that they can move forward. But I think the question for me is still, do we have a plan for the next year, 2 years, 3 years to ensure that a couple things. So the students are here, we want to retain them. If we can do this for a couple small semesters, that would be great. But alternatively, we have given them access. Are we also, and we're giving them support, but are we looking at the other end of it, not just retention, but are they succeeding in our classes? So I guess the perennial question, where we've done a good job the past 2 semesters in increasing our enrollments by 16, 14, 13%. How do we keep this moving forward while also supporting our students and getting for them the kind of outcomes that they need, but also our external agencies need, or our big internal agency needs, which is the chancellor's office, right? And then the feds, of course.
Well, I will say what I've said previously. There is no silver bullet. There is no one thing that we can do that is going to flip the switch and we're going to get students coming to us. The playing field has changed. Now students can choose to take an English class from any number of institutions, not those that are within our own region, but within our state, and make those choices. So we're not competing within the Bay 10 as we were previous to COVID. And hence the reason that the funds we're asking from the chancellor's office will give us the ability to make some changes. We've had several different initiatives that we've discussed, both within the executive branch with the presidents and key leaders at the district office. But we've also had a Dean's Summit where we brought in our deans from the campuses to discuss that, because we feel that one of the areas, that we have potential growth is in the area of career and technical education. If you bring them, they come to the campus, they will take other classes. They may be coming for, technology. They may be coming for nursing. They may be coming for administration of justice. They may be coming for auto tech, but they have to take other classes to be able to get a certificate. So that is one area that we're looking at now. How can we leverage what we are getting with our strong workforce, with our dual enrollment, with our career pathways and our CTE programs so that we can bring students into our campuses? And that has been difficult. We even have a difficult decision on whether we wear masks or not. So, it's not an easy little flick of a button, but that's one of the areas that we're looking at. Dual enrollment, I already talked about. We are currently working on a renewal of a contract with OUSD. We're looking at some expansion over at some of our middle college high schools, both at Merritt, both at College of Alameda, both at Laney College. We're looking at partnerships, which you've already talked about earlier, expanding those with grants, HSI and a PZ. So it's going to be all of those things put together. It's not going to be one thing that I can tell the board, if we do this, our enrollment is going to change. The other thing we have to start doing, and this is me speaking as a leader of this institution, we have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. We get up and we tell people, we espouse to the world that we're slashing classes, and we are not doing that. We have cut classes like every institution within this state. I provided data to the board on that, and that is accurate data. We cut classes that had 8 students or less. We are looking to teach with a class size of 30. We cannot afford to teach students with a size of 8 and play a full faculty member to teach that class. So we have to make some hard decisions. We need to do that collaboratively and collectively. So our participatory governance committee, PGC, and there's a tri-chair, my co-chair is sitting next to me. At our last meeting, we said that we would establish under the Educational Services or Education Committee, a district enrollment management committee as part of that, so that we can get input from our constituency groups, not only the administrators who have been doing the decision-making primarily for the last several years, but include our faculty into that, share those numbers so they can see those numbers and hopefully collaboratively make some decisions. And also involve our classified professionals. They're the frontline people that are out there. The grant that Laney College just received to improve our communication with our community, we received that same grant over at Skyline College. And it was primarily for the frontline individuals. So when a student comes on campus, they're greeted by someone that's smiling, that says, "Hi, how can I help you? You look like you're lost. Can I point you? Did you need some assistance?" Little things like that. It's not that we have to do some major things. We just have to tweak some things. We have to be intentional. We have to train our people so that they know what they're doing. You're going to get a presentation on the IEPI grants and the launching of a professional development and learning center, the first of its kind in this district. So we can train our people on how to do their jobs better so that the students that are coming, we're capturing that data and inputting it into the system. So we're getting all of the dollars that we should be getting. So there's a lot of things that we need to work on, trustee, and so it's not a quick fix, but it's something that we've dedicated ourselves to. The presidents, I think we make a great team. It used to be very competitive. I think we work much more collaboratively now. I see, with the exception of those two. But I really think that we're moving forward, but it's incremental. And we're even looking at how can we sustain, if we can sustain, fall is free and spring is free. West Valley Mission has a senator who is putting forward a bill, but they're also a basic aid school. They're not one like us that's FTES based. So there are some things that we can do to leverage. And I think that we're doing those, but we also need to work together and not always acrimoniously, but to work together to really move our district forward. We have some great people here. Absolutely fantastic that have been with us through the good times, the bad times, and everything in between. And we need to respect that. We need to promote that. And we need to lead by example. So those are my concerns. Those are things that we're working on. I think our educational master plan is moving forward. The strategic master plan is also our charrette, bringing the community in so they could see what we do. I think that getting off of warning and sanctions is huge. FitMat is leaving us alone and we're doing the things that we need to do. We balanced our budget. We've gotten, audits for the last 2 cycles with nothing memorable about it. We're doing a lot of good things, but it takes a little bit of time, and we're trying to accelerate that with our fall is free, spring is free. And really that came from our colleague over at Laney College, and we all adopted that. And we use CARES funds, but CARES funds are going away at the end of this year. So we have to look at some alternatives, but those are the things that we're doing. We're as much concerned about it as you are. And we're not just sitting back and waiting. We're actually taking some proactive movement to move this district forward. And if I've left anything off, presidents, oh, I knew, Rudy, go ahead.
Great question. And really, I just want to share a couple things. And everything that the chancellor just said, 100% true. It's a road ahead. It's challenging. But a couple of things I'll just share. Number one, throughout this process, making students aware of financial aid. That's something, getting them in position to receive Pell, to receive the Board of Governors fee waiver. That's something that, as we raise that awareness, that will take some of the strain off us as we go through that. That's something that's important. And throughout the process, we've learned a couple of things. Number one, a lot of students, quite honestly, didn't know about financial aid, just didn't know. And then another thing along the way has been that other students have said, well, applying for financial aid, that's not for me. I can't be part of that. And that's something else we've kind of tried to peel back with workshops and things like that. So that's really the first thing to take on, and that we've tried to take on. And 2,000 more financial aid applications in the fall and some more this spring. It's been a step forward, and I think all of our institutions have seen that increase. The other thing, and I think we need your help as well at the state level, student basic needs, addressing those. And, we have obstacles, and Vice Chancellor Jones always reminds me about the 50% law, and I see him nodding yes over there. But we do need to find a way to get to a day when student textbooks, student technology, things that exceed the cost of tuition often are things that we recognize as part of our general budget and not just special funds. As of right now, we're doing it the way the chancellor said. We're finding funding, we're cobbling it together. Our food distribution, it was part of the Alameda County Food Bank grant as we move forward on this, and so on and so forth. So I'll just those few words, and certainly looking forward to the challenges ahead.
VP Quinlan, go ahead. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Dr. Bayrami,
Is it on? Okay. Another element that I would add, these challenges of the enrollment made us look outside the box. And one thing that we have done well is increase the visibility in the community. Because what West Ed did is, with the environmental scan, told us that communities that need us the most, we're not even reaching out to them. So special thanks to Mark Johnson and all the marketing team, because we increased the visibility in the community with those ads, being this 500 on us, or spring is free, or late start courses. And this is something that we have to budget ahead. We got to be more competitive with other community colleges in the area, whatever it takes, over the top, videos to promote the great services that we have. And this is something that Trustee Quinlan, you mentioned during the charrette. How do we promote some of amazing programs that we have? And how do we put some marketing dollars ahead so we can promote in advance? We can promote a course 2 weeks after the course started. That's too late. So this has allowed us that the visibility. An example I'll bring, what that does is increase our approval rating. COA, for example, from a 3.5 rating went to a 4.2 rating in Yelp. And comments that they posted, job fairs, engagement in the community. And that's something else that we have to consider as we go out there to increase the visibility. A story that I'll tell, I took an Uber going to an ACA conference the other day. The Uber driver shared with me that he has been working 30 years as a dishwasher in some San Francisco restaurant. It broke his heart that his son has to go to the army because he was concerned about his father not paying his college. And it broke my heart. So we have to reach, as Rudy mentioned, to the communities, increase awareness about the fees and textbooks and Pell Grant and all the FAFSA application. But marketing is another piece that we learned this time that we need to do some more.
VP Quinlan,
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Hogan. I didn't hear what she said. Did she?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Student Trustee Latino.
Yes.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Johannes.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan.
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. On to 10.4. Consider the approval and acceptance of grant award from the California Apprenticeship Initiative, new and innovative grant to Merritt College for funding of the cybersecurity apprenticeships, connecting minority communities project in the amount of $416,509. Merritt College President, Dr. Johnson, you have anything to add to this?
Not really. We've been spending a lot of time tonight talking about spending money. This is about getting some money. So I
Yes,
can
thank you for that.
so above and beyond that, it's just it's funding that we applied for in December and that we received in February, last February. It's focusing, our grant is a cybersecurity apprenticeship connecting minority communities grant. That's what we've titled it. And it focuses on increasing the representation and success of marginalized communities in computer science in general, but cybersecurity in particular. It's faculty driven, it's supported by the administration, and it's endorsed by the community, both in terms of our private industry and nonprofit partners. It is, we're going to be establishing 2 cohorts to generate 25 students, and those students will receive individualized counseling, tutoring, mentoring, guidance, just general guidance. And we've talked a lot about, even earlier this evening, about the risks. We know in our fair city of Oakland, we're currently under a ransomware, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, attack. But cybersecurity, it's a great opportunity. Obviously, it provides a tremendous income for our graduates, and it's a field where the work is great and the workers are few. So we're just looking forward to your endorsement, acceptance of this money. And if you have any other questions, I'll entertain them.
VP Quinlan?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Johnson. I would just like to correct one thing. You said you applied for this grant earlier in the year. I think the basis of this grant has been laid over the past 4 or 5 or 6 years at this program. I remember when it was initially started, and the The faculty, I think, has done a great job. The students have done a great job. I've had several friends that have taken some of the courses there. They raved about them.
Nice.
I pulled this off the consent calendar because I wanted the opportunity to shine a light on this program and our other apprenticeship programs. For me, I came up through apprenticeship. I did a 4-year apprenticeship, 8,000 hours plus school. And there's no better way to learn while you're getting paid. It's a great incentive to go to class every day when you know you're going to get paid and steadily going to get increases. The other thing I'd like to bring up, currently in our student-centered funding formula, despite all the money the state has put into apprenticeship, all the time and energy that our colleges have put in developing apprenticeships, all the money the federal government has put into apprenticeships, there's not a single penny of award that goes to apprenticeship in the student-centered funding formula. And I think that's something we have to correct. And with that, I'll move to approve this motion.
Amen.
Wonderful. Second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan, can you repeat that, please? Thank you, ma'am. Student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes, thank you
Motion
very much.
passes.
All right, colleagues, we are back at 10.5.
Gone away.
Unless anybody else has anything to add. Okay.
I have a question for the,
I didn't put a motion forward. I also do want to say thank you very much, just again, not to belabor this, but thank you very much to everybody who applied. It was quite great to see the amount of interest in this position. So I really appreciate everybody who applied and put themselves forward as echoing. folks'
Apologies,
comments.
President Polk. I believe trustee Withrow has a question.
Trustee Withrow, you have a question?
it's a question for our legal counsel.
Go ahead, sir.
Don't we need a vote of record on this item?
Natasha, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, sir, you do need a vote.
Then, Madam President, I move approval of Adrian Abuyan for the appointment of trustee Area 2.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call?
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
No.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
No.
trustee Quinlan,
No.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
We're at a tie.
So this board has voted to go for an election. Cost us $1 million.
I don't think we voted that yet. Bill.
No, we haven't.
No, we have not gotten that far yet, trustee Withrow. Can we take a 2-minute break just because we've been sitting up here for a bit? I believe that some of us need a break. So we'll be back in just a moment.
President Polk, did you just make a statement? Because I could not hear you.
So, but I think my mic is out. Oh, no,
Oh,
there it is.
there it is.
Let's go ahead and get started again. Trustee Withrow? Okay, let's get back to 10.5. Thank you. Are there any other comments that trustees want to make at this time? Looks like we have Adrian Abuyan's motion that did not pass. Natasha, are you still with us?
Yes, President Polk, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll make a comment, and my comment will probably repeat some of the things I had said last week, but I think it might be good to repeat what I had said. And one of the things that I had said was that the reframing of the discussion, that if we said no to Adrian Abuyan, we're actually saying no to students or no to student trustees. And that's absolutely something that I did have an issue with, because that's absolutely incorrect. The fact that out of all of the candidates that we had, starting off at 30, I believe, applicants, and then whittle down, the fact that we are comparing and voting and gridlocked between two individuals, both our former student trustee and another candidate, says that we are actually very much validating the incredible worth of the voice of our student trustee. Second thing, and this I didn't share last week. When I had first come in to the board meeting, I actually thought that I was going to vote for Adrian Abuyan. And I let the documents and let the presentations and let the interviews stand for themselves. And I came to the conclusion, after hearing all of the individuals, that that Pauline was, in fact, in terms of the content, the knowledge, the application and understanding of all the research that she had done, and the way that she had spoken about a variety of different things, including a kind of CEO board perspective. Clearly, she, for me, was the frontliner. She was everything that I had unexpectedly hoped for. We have done a lot at this district for the past several years. This is my 5th year, and the first year, the second year, the third year, incredibly fractious. And to the chancellor's point, this district, its presidents, its constituencies, internal and external, have done so much to build it up to where it is today. There was a comment today in public session which veered my vote, because what we cannot afford at this district, if we truly are to be student-centric, is to have alliances or divisions that are so fractious that we can't even do the work at this board. And that deeply concerns me, that deeply disturbs me. And for that reason, I've cogitated. I've gone back and forth. And it's really quite unfortunate because it probably could have been done a little bit ago, but I think some of the comments made me realize that we can't go back to the divisive kind of relationships we had in our board, because we do a disservice to our students, ultimately, primarily, and we do a disservice to the district. So unfortunately, my vote still stands. So I think now you can give it over to Natasha.
Okay, Natasha, we have 2 failed motions because we did vote for Paulina on Friday and that failed. We voted for Adrian today, that failed. What are our next steps?
The only next steps you have, trustee, is to ultimately come to a motion with a majority of the current board voting in the affirmative for any of the candidates. And you can of course go back into the pool. You are not limited to the 2 candidates that you have. I with some hesitancy, I am able to raise one alternative idea. Decisions of this nature cannot be made by lot. You cannot have a random selection, a flip the coin decision. The code is rather clear about that. But if the board were stuck at, like, what I'm hearing very clearly is that the board does not want to have an election and is also stuck. And then some trustees have said that in either case, the board wins because you have 2 great trustees, 2 great candidates. And so if the board were to use a random selection, but affirm it through a motion and a vote, all the criteria is really up to the board. But the vote, the idea that you must have a motion and a vote supported by a majority of the current board is the standard. So with that, I will turn it back to you, President Polk. You are welcome to consider any other candidates whose resumes were provided, as well as the 2 top candidates that you've been debating.
Can you take suggestions from the audience?
I don't think we can do that at this time. Thank you. I'm going to be really honest. I don't know how comfortable I am with that. I don't know how comfortable I am with that, to be really honest. I mean, flipping a coin to decide. I mean, the brevity of this, the weight of this decision, I think should not be a coin toss. I mean, Chancellor?
I have, with intentionality, not gotten involved into this because this is the board's decision. And I still don't want to go one way or the other. But when I've been in situations where there's been a clear distinction, some individuals are looking at this, some are looking at that, is a suggestion that was made to me is to have the board take a few minutes, write down what are the issues or what are the positives that one candidate has compared to what are the positives of the other candidate that you're considering, or even as was suggested by our legal counsel, the other candidates that were there, just to take a few minutes, identify what you feel, what are the strongest things that you feel about the candidate that you are supporting. And there may be some synergy that comes from that another candidate, someone sees those same positives in the other candidate, but it gives you a point of deviation for discussion to say, I don't want you to get so entrenched because we really cannot afford to go out for a vote. And we do have 2 candidates that you yourselves have looked at, both with your ad hoc committee that, as trustee Napolia Bellaris indicated, that you looked at it and culled out of those 16 candidates 4. So there were some reasons and rationales of why they came up to the forefront. Identify maybe what those are in your mind, those strengths that each of those candidates have, either 2, all 4, whatever, and then discuss that to see if you can come to some agreement that maybe something that you didn't think of, someone else says, I think that's a strength, and that's on your list as, wow, I think that's a strength also, so that you have some means of discussion rather than just restating what you've already stated. If that might be helpful in the board moving forward with making a decision. Because we do not want to be like Senator McCarthy and have 12 votes and be here till 1 o'clock in the morning, if possible. Does that seem like a good kind of step forward? Or if someone has any other recommendations, I'm just throwing that out.
No, that's fine. Let's take a few minutes, colleagues. 3 minutes. Okay. Trustee Withrow, you had a question? That's okay. Could you say that into the mic, Trustee Johannes?
I'm wondering if we should do this exercise on our own, and we have a special meeting, therefore we can bring our well thought out ideas to the special meeting and really get it done at that moment, as it is reaching double digits.
I would agree with that. Chancellor, what do you think?
I was thinking the same thing, that maybe this should be done independent for the board to sit down and to really, you were provided the resumes and the vitas as well as the statements that you could go over again and identify for yourself what are those strengths. I would stay away from weaknesses in the spirit of what both Trustee Napolia Bellaris said, as well as Trustee Ewan, that we don't want to start tearing people down, but really think of what is missing from this board and what are the things that you really value that the candidate that you are supporting would bring to. And then we only require a 24-hour notice. We could have another special meeting and we could still make the deadline, but we would have to do that. And I know some of you are looking at going out of town or taking some time off, but we still have Zoom for now. So I agree with you. I think that might be better. If the time is late and we don't want to be guided by time. We really want to be guided by what you feel is in the best interest of the district. And this is a critical decision. The person's going to be for here for over a year.
Thank you, Chancellor. I appreciate you. Trustee Reese?
This might be a question for legal counsel, not sure. Could we go back to, we only interviewed the 4, but what I'm hearing the chancellor say, and I could be incorrect in my interpretation, but that there is a possibility that we can go back to the 15, 14, 16.
You may.
Pool. Okay. So in the case that one finds a gem in that bigger pool, do we need to interview them, or could we move without having to interview them?
You do not have to interview them.
Nikki?
along those lines. And I really hope we don't go there, but along those lines, must we appoint somebody who actually applied for the position through that process?
No, you must appoint someone who meets the qualifications of the position, which are being a resident of trustee area 2, above the age of 18, a citizen, and not having been convicted of the crimes that are on the district's website through the California Education Code.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
May I clarify, Natasha? So you're saying that we need not choose somebody that went through that specific process. We could actually go outside of that process?
Yes, that's true. The process is a choice. And so the board developed and adopted the process, and it's the way that many boards do provisional appointments, but you weren't required to do it that way. Anyone who is qualified, you may appoint to the position. But you did run a process, and you did receive applications, and you do have those applications to consider.
That's a lot of time. And I'm just, oh, go ahead, VP Quinlan, then I'll make a few comments.
So I'm not sure I would feel comfortable with that. We have at least 15 candidates to put the time into filling out the applications, doing a CV. 4 of them that came here and did their presentations and were interviewed by us, and put a lot of time and effort into this. And to try and go and pick somebody that did not do that, I think is not only defeating the process, but, defeating our ability to attract people in the future.
I would completely concur.
I totally understand that. I absolutely understand that. But if legally we could do that, and if we didn't, the other alternative is that we come back, we're gridlocked again, and then it's either that or a special election. I'm just trying to find an alternative that allows us to bypass a special election. I mean, whether that would actually allow for a majority or not.
All I'm saying is the coin toss is another alternative. I'm not a fan of that either, because it leaves it to luck. What have we been doing here for the past 3 meetings, if that's the case? So I really would still prefer for us to come to a conclusion, but that is the third alternative, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo again. I'm not comfortable with a coin toss in this decision. However, I think that moving to a special meeting to deliberate further and have another vote, I think that's where I'm at. Is everybody in agreement with that? I'm not gonna just have 1 or 2 people say that.
President Polk, may I recommend that you
Go ahead,
take
Natasha.
I would just recommend that you take a motion to put over the item for the next agenda. And then we can just have it, we can have a roll call on the motion to continue the item to the next meeting.
Okay, I motion to continue this item to another special meeting.
Second.
Roll call.
Wait, I would like to
Yep, go
amend
ahead.
that motion.
Go ahead.
By next meeting, I would like to define it as emergency meeting and not after the date of March 1st.
No, I'm so sorry, Vice President Quinlan, that's not what the definition of an emergency meeting is. So we cannot call it an emergency meeting. It can only be called a special meeting, called on 24-hour notice. And the deadline, I believe, is March 9th. So you have between now and, really March 8th to have the special meeting. But emergency has a very specific definition under the government code. So I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Student trustee Hogan.
Restatement of the motion, please.
We are motioning and seconding to move this particular item, 10.5, the provisional appointment for trustee area 2 to a special meeting next week before the deadline.
Excuse me, I don't think we determined next week.
I'm sorry, before the
Sometime in
deadline.
future.
Okay,
Yeah.
I misspoke.
Okay.
Before the deadline. Thank you. We have a roll call?
Student trustee Hogan,
That was a yes.
thank you. Student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Abstain.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes, thank you. We are adjourned.
Madam President, before we adjourn, if
We do have.
point of personal
Yeah.
privilege.
We do have reports, trustee. You
Yes.
wanted to make your,
No, I just wanted to extend gratitude to the two candidates who have sat it through all night long and gone through this process. This cannot be easy. And I think I speak for the board to extend my appreciation for your fortitude and perseverance. Thank you.
okay, let's go ahead and move to Board of Trustees reports. Does anyone have anything to report? Go ahead, VP Quinlan.
So two things. I would again like to highlight the award that Laney Gastis got regarding the information award for creative actually it's the James Madison Freedom of Information Award. And apparently it's called that because James Madison was the primary pusher of the First Amendment. And I watched the televised presentation on channel, not the presentation, but the interview on Channel 2 with Ms. Gastis and her two students. And I think it was a tremendous plug. They did a great job of plugging both Laney College and the district. The second item is on Friday at Laney College, the statewide Career Technical Education Conference will be held. It's one of two conferences. There's one down at LA Trade Tech also. CTA liaisons from all over the state will be meeting at Laney and later at LA Trade Tech.
Thank you, VP Quinlan. Any other trustee reports? Trustee Johannes?
Hi, I'm just going to reiterate the report I said last time regarding the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center located at headquartered at Merritt College. In March, they'll be bringing famed quilt makers of Gee's Bend to Northern California for a dynamic series of events, including a formal dialogue as part of a lecture series. These inspiring women have been making quilts for the last 3 centuries, dating all the way back to the days of slavery. And we will be speaking with the community about the history of their quilts and significance in maintaining culture and democracy. And just FYI, though Black History Month has ended, we can continue celebrating with this event. Secondly, I did want to shout out Laney College. I did attend via Zoom the basic needs listening session. And it was very eye-opening, very, very informative. I appreciate the students for coming up. A lot of things were repeated, which is very telling. And thank you for the invite. I look forward to more invites from other colleges in the district for listening sessions as well. And last two, I just want to reiterate what President Garcia said regarding 2nd of March, Berkeley City College Woman King will be playing, and what our student basketball players mentioned regarding Laney. They are playing Santa Rosa on Saturday at 7. All right.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and go to announcements, VP Quinlan.
So announcements of February 28th. Late start classes are available, including 10-week and 8-week sessions that begin in March. It's not too late to enroll. Visit the college websites for more information. Thank you to all who helped the Peralta Colleges celebrate Black History Month in February. There were wonderful events at each of our campuses. We look forward to celebrating Women's History Month in March, again with events throughout the campuses. Visit the college websites for more information. Again, on the Gee's Bend Quilters will be here in March. Members of the famed Gee's Bend Quilters Collective from Gee's Bend, Alabama, will give a lecture Saturday, March 4th at 7 p.m., accompanied by an exhibition of 30 quilts, March 3rd through 25th. And they'll also visit the Apparel Design and Merchandising Department at College of Alameda. Let's see. Let's see, for more info, visit the Peralta website homepage and scroll down to the events across the district section. 5, the 10-year reception will be held on March 14th. The reception will begin at 4 p.m. with the program starting at 4:30. Appetizers and drinks will be provided.
With that, we can adjourn. Thank you very much.